Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We're going to be going back into Danganronpa 2. Let's see how much more there is to this left. Things were getting a bit Matrix-y last time. We'll see how much of the exposition is in manga form this time. Before we do that, though, let's check in with the kitties. Let's see here. We have Sky in the upper left. We have Ember in the upper right. We have Sherbet left center. And showcasing my latest innovation in cat beds, a towel wrapped in a loop. In the lower left, we have Mason and Sammy. I've tried a variety of cat beds and solutions for that. Large squishy thing or apparently loop of towel have been the most successful, with loop of towel clearly winning out for a couple of them. Zoom in there a little bit. Hey there, Quint. Welcome. We're trying to get back on our regular schedule this week. There we go. We have Mason in the top there, and then Sammy is bottom center. Hey, snoozing. But let's get in here. Be doing Danganronpa 2 again. Checking some graphs here. Yeah, that should work. All right, back in we go. Let's see here. They had dropped us on, I think it's the first floor analog this time. Might be second floor. No, third floor. Completely wrong. How have you been today, Quinn? It's like the game room is active. There's a billiard table, a dartboard, and a shelf lined with magazines. The billiard table is floating, but that's a secondary consideration to its presence. It's hard to think a room like this actually exists inside a school. Just the room. Just the presence of a room inside of a school. Not the floaty table. Floaty table is to be expected in a rec room, I guess. These were the bottles that were part of the Sakura trial. And there aren't a full selection of them, which was a detail in that trial. The magazine rack, that was another detail. Hopeful peek. This hologram again. What's this one say? It looks like another email passage. Regarding the report we gave you the other day, we have finally succeeded in acquiring them and have placed them in our care. Though they were all dispersed, we were successful in acquiring all 15 of them. Due to the fact that we were unable to ask them about specific details, it is unknown how they managed to survive the tragedy. It's been reported that some are wounded, so it's So it seems certain that they survived under harsh conditions. Over the course of our detailed investigation, we determined that they are the same age as the others. So we've decided to entrust them to the survivors of the killing school life. Okay. Interesting. As for the remnants of despair, there are still no solid leads regarding this matter, and we have no new information to report. We will continue with the investigation. Once they are discovered, we shall eliminate them immediately. Everything is for the sake of a future filled with hope. Beverage. It says that they succeeded in acquiring them and have placed them in our care. That means we should have been protected by the Future Foundation, right? Then why is this happening? Because you let the bunny get beat up by the bear. This is ultimately your fault. If you had just listened to the magical girl bunny, none of this would ever have happened. Future Foundation was protecting us. Why were we forced to kill each other on this island? Well, I guess it's not possible that the Future Foundation set this all up.
What's this?
My, Hajime. If you keep worrying like that, you're going to get a toothache and collapse. I don't get it. It's your fault. What is this hologram thing anyway?
Hey,
It's exactly what it looks like. They're the Future Foundation's emails. I thought they made a perfect clue, so I did a little bit of hacking here and there to get them. You can even do that? Again, Hajime is putting a lot of value or a lot of emphasis on something that is a grossly lesser consideration. Monokuma seems to be a exercise in manufacturing on a galactic scale with capabilities that defy reason, and he's like, oh, and they can hack emails too. Oh my god. Whoever's controlling you seems to possess many talents.
no.
Well, who cares about me anyway? That's not important at all. There's no way that's not important. His true identity should connect everything to what's happening right now. It's a file with Hope's Peak Academy's seal on it. It says confidential. Means this is a big secret, right? I like how you can see that the confidential file, at least as far as the little picture on the right, was edited in. Because it doesn't quite line up with the cover properly. And is the text is too bright. So it does line up relatively well with the one that's on the table, but not quite. I'm being overly picky. Why would an important document be here? This is the room for hovering billiard tables, not for confidential documents. That would be the special room attached to the library. Why am I even asking a question like that? Obviously, Monokuma is responsible. Anyway, I need to confirm what's inside the file. About the Hope Cultivation Plan. For many years, Hope's Peak Academy has conducted rigorous research into various talents. The Hope Cultivation Plan seeks to use the fruits of our labor to further our true goal. With our hands, we will birth a true hope that will bring hope to the entire world. Truly, the program is the next innovation in providing the ultimate education. This plan has been the Academy's wish since its foundation, so we must succeed at all costs. What followed was a series of detailed instructions in intricate orders. It was full of difficult technical terms, and I had no idea what any of them meant. However, the word true hope left a strong impression on my mind for some reason, as it was in the first few sentences. The Hope Cultivation Plan was created for the sake of birthing true hope. Hope Speak Academy was behind something like that. They said hope often enough, you'd expect it. I don't really get it, but... Checking dials. There's something about these words. True hope, huh? Okay. There's a dartboard, but this is still a school, right? Or did Monokuma just randomly make up this place? Oh. Like, is a game room that implausible? Oh. Unexpected. It looks like I'm in a different hallway again. Once again, emphasizing the wrong detail, I think. The scrolling matrix text and the I'm upside down aspect you think would have been front and center, as opposed to this is a different hallway. I'm pretty much used to it by now, but even so. What is this space? Am I dreaming or something? I mean, it's just totally disconnected from reality. Are you sure? Kind of a old-timey arcade vibe. Maybe, 8-bit era tunes. Hey, Glitchy Akane. It's close. It's very close. Someone is coming. Akane is twitching her nose and examining her surroundings.
Based on my gut feeling.
They're definitely real close. At least that's what my gut is telling me. Then answer this with your gut. Is it an enemy or an ally? Let's see. My gut feeling is... You almost expect her to be, like, massaging and prodding her belly when she's saying these kind of things.
Well,
They're both.
Yo!
He's right. They're both. I do like how some of the glitches cover the entirety of the UI. Like, over top of the chrome of the screen.
You.
Both? What do you mean? I don't know any details. It's just my gut, after all. Well, that's true, I guess. Speaking of the library. Will the library be upside down too? No. But it will have a neat outlining effect. This must be the library. What gave it away? Monokuma probably left something here too. I should hurry up and find it. This hologram again. This must be another one of the Future Foundation's emails. At least he's catching on. I should read it. There's no doubt that it's another clue. Oh, we have dramatic info reveal music. Ooh, to Future Foundation 14th Division, Makoto Naegi. Where are you guys? What are you doing right now? What you're doing is a serious act of treason, do you understand? Why are you protecting the remnants of despair? It should be abundantly clear to you how dangerous it is to keep these people alive. Stay calm and think about this carefully. You guys are being lied to. Think carefully about what's important to bring the light of hope to the world. The 6 of you joined the Future Foundation because you agreed with our ideals, right? The Future Foundation rescued you from the tragedy you survived and cooperated with recovering your memories. Immediately return the remnants of despair to our headquarters. Unless we eliminate them, the tragedy will never end. Everything is for the sake of a future filled with hope. What does this mean? This email suggests that someone was trying to let the remnants of despair escape. This email is addressed to Makoto Nagi. But he's with the Future Foundation, right? And I believe he's the main character from Danganronpa 1. Then why was he trying to protect the remnants of despair? Did he betray the Future Foundation? Alright, this essentially teleported us to the laundry room on the first floor. Didn't I walk into a classroom? I don't really get it, but this looks like the laundry room. There's no use worrying about it, but I was in a school and now I'm suddenly in a laundry room. Looks like a tablet computer. Looks like the power is on, too. Is this the next clue? I picked up the tablet and immediately started examining it. Top secret, confidential. Neo World Program. This word, Neo World. 2 words. I seem to recall hearing it and seeing it a few times already. Did we? My memory's fantastic and all. The Neo World Program has another name. Psychotherapeutic Communication Simulator. The Neo World Program is built with the most recent psychotherapy technology and administrative software. To develop the Neo World Program, individuals such as the Ultimate Programmer, the Ultimate Neurologist, and the Ultimate Therapist were among the many talented people whose research results were utilized. We've encountered the Ultimate Programmer. By mounting a device to the cranium, the Neo World Program allows its subjects to experience a synthetic virtual world. But if they die in it, they die in real life. Additionally, the Neo World Program has another feature. It can replace memories formed in the real world with information contained in the synthetic virtual world. Therefore, it is possible to undo trauma sustained in the real world through the use of the virtual world. However, this device is for psychotherapeutic purposes only, and any other use is expressly forbidden. Though it is highly effective in treating brainwashing, abusing the device risks total personality destruction. Thus, extreme care must be exercised when operating this program. Slowly, everything around me turned black. Synthetic virtual world? Program? A feeling of emptiness, like everything is being tainted. A feeling of weakness, like the world is collapsing beneath my feet. Everything is starting to feel meaningless. The desperate attempts, the sad goodbyes, the conflicts, the trust I felt until now. It's all disappearing until all I feel is despair. Scream. I screamed loudly, as if I was confirming the sound of my own voice. There's no way I can accept this. I'm starting to accept that this, there's no way something as crazy as this actually exists.
Nice!
You gotta raise the flags more in order to clear my character route. Now then, despair is waiting for you. Impossible. This is impossible. It's all made up. Everything is all made up. It's another one of those, would it be existential puzzles, maybe? The idea that if you have a virtual world that is entirely immersive, like there's no way to tell the difference between a quote real sensation and something in the virtual world, then as far as you're concerned, is it different? It's in the same vein that a repeated theme in the game, in both games, is the loss of memories, and how those missing memories are some critical aspect. Like the characters get really fixated on seeing some aspect, like, oh, these are our missing memories. But it's that element that the person that exists currently looking at those doesn't have those memories. And as far as they're concerned, those memories might be false. Like, you could be presenting fake memories. You don't remember them. You didn't experience them. Like, the you looking at them didn't experience them. So, either are they really your memories any longer? And even if they are, does it matter to the observer? Including me, too.
Hiya!
Hey, how are you doing? Did you enjoy the killing school trip? By the way, do you guys remember the speech I made at the beginning? From this point on, I promise you a world that truly deserves to be called a game. Monokuma laugh. You guys are the only ones watching this who can save them. The end of the world is nigh. What you gonna do? What's gonna happen? Isn't it exciting? Isn't it heart-throbbing? Look forward to it. Monokuma laugh in multiple colors. Oh, that's kind of painful to look at. Textureless wireframes, go! This hallway. When we first arrived here, I walked down this hallway from the classroom to get to the gym. I don't really see a resemblance, but... Trying not to look at the actual hallway and just focus on the mini-map.
Well?
Are you familiar with the placebo effect and the nocebo effect? Not familiar with the nocebo effect. The placebo effect is when your health improves after taking a fake medicine that you believe is real. And the nocebo effect is the exact opposite. Okay, I've never heard that one. I always just assumed that both of them were the placebo effect. Where you're told some detail that isn't actually true and that your body essentially reacts to it. Means as long as the human brain controls all other bodily functions, if the brain believes something is real, it will become real. Why'd you bring up that up all of a sudden?
Oh my.
I'm not sure. I do not fully understand. What the heck? Lechimano Kuma. The moment you discover that the truth was a lie, all hope will disappear. Big object. Let's see, generating monocores. File read in 4 seconds. Warning, render Zetsuho or Zetsubo. Render is not a registered renderer. Render will not. Error, no object matches name, future system. Currently active tab. This icon size change operation. Update rendered UI. Is this floating? Come on, you completely ignored the floating billiards table. That's impossible. There's no way something this big would be floating like this. I'd have to check which one it dropped us on. We were on the first floor previously, but I think this would put us on the second floor again if the gym is nearby. Oh, what in the world is it? The moment I looked at that object... Hey, it's Chihiro again. It's Virtual Boy Chihiro. Once again, questionable treatment of the character. Right center, not female. Welcome to the Neo World program. A person? A floating person is talking to me. Who is it? No, is this even a person in the first place? I'm not quite a person. I'm simply an artificial intelligence program. It would make me happy if you called me Alter Ego. That is the name my master gave me when he created me. It can talk. But what are you? Alter Ego, artificial intelligence program? I am the master program behind the Neo World program. I'm responsible for creating and overseeing this world. However, only the observer has the authority to directly influence you guys. I can't exactly exert much influence. In fact, my existence is one that you don't normally meet. I'm sort of like an apartment manager or something. I may oversee the entire apartment building, but I lack the power to manage individual rooms. But the virus has infected everything. Everything I'm supposed to be managing. And because of that, this world I'm managing is acting very peculiar. Hold on. My brain can't follow what you're saying. Let me gather my thoughts first. It's that feeling from earlier again. This floating, floating, like my feet are hovering above the floor. It's like I can't feel my feet on the ground, like I can't even believe my own existence. Hey, you should know, right? Where is this place? Tell me, what is the Neo World program? The Neo World program has omitted the data collection procedure for shaping the entire world. As such, only the data we collected during the experimental stage is being utilized. Specifically, that means the data detailing Jabberwock Island, where this research facility is located. Okay. That's why the previous Jabberwock Island cityscape was restored. Ergo, if I'm to answer your question, where is this place? The answer would be mostly Jabberwock Island. Certain portions of it are different depending on the circumstances. For example, this school you're in. It appears this space is entirely under the virus's influence. That's probably why I'm appearing before you, too. However, even without the virus, these circumstances are a bit unnatural. It seems the launch was rushed, and because of that, there wasn't enough time to collect any data. I'm sorry, I don't really know the circumstances of the outside world. After all, I'm simply the overseer of the Neo World program. Most of its words, I understand what they meant, but I couldn't understand what was being said. There was no way for me to acknowledge it as the truth. It would make much more sense if this was a fictional world. Wait, are you saying the world is a fictional world? I feel like I can't believe what's going on here. This missing sense of reality. All the mysteries, all the truths. They're all just fiction. Is that? Even so, I need to know. I need to know what this world is. Hey, can you tell me? Hey, can you tell me? What was the Neo World program used for in the first place? The Neo World program serves only one purpose. It is used to make the real world a splendid one. Just dandy. I guess you can say it's a program for creating hope. Program for creating hope? But the fact that we're here and the fact that we don't have our memories, that's all the program's fault, right? Deleting memory is the first step towards replacing memory. Replacing memory data is one of the features of the Neo World program. With the installed memory control unit, it is possible to remove any time period you set it to. And from there, you upload the memories obtained in the virtual world. Removing memories of any time period you set it to. So Monokuma was right. We did lose our school memories. But why? Why us? Why were our school memories taken away? There's a reason for that, right? That is a mystery to me, too. Booting the program on the survivors of Hope's Peak Academy while it's still in its experimental stage, I'm sure there was a very good reason. But unfortunately, I don't know what's happening in the outside world. I'm sorry. Are you saying we're lab rats? That's the only thing I can think of. Sounds like we're just lab rats. Future Foundation did that to us, jumping to conclusions pretty hard suddenly. But they're trying to save the world, right? Not that it's not a reasonable conclusion, it just doesn't seem like... Given the mental capacity that they've been demonstrating up until this point, I don't feel like that's a conclusion that he could jump to, given the information that he has been showing that he grasped. It's the Future Foundation, not our ally. I'm sorry, I can't provide that much help. If only I was more reliable. I wouldn't have lost my authority to a virus like this. All these new words make my head feel like it's about to burst. Can you tell me more about the Observer and that virus? Well, for this session, the Neo World program was programmed to house 15 people along with 2 monitors. 2 monitors? Yeah, they were disguised as a teacher and one of the students. Monomi and Chiaki. They were intended to guide the participants in this way. By the way, the observer and the teacher role has been given the authority to influence all of you. But the observer and the student role was not. They weren't given any special authority at all, so they'd seem the same as anyone else. What kind of authority does the teacher role have? As an example, the teacher creates the rules of this world and manages them. If the teacher is properly managing the rules they've created, there is no risk of abuse. But because of the virus infecting everything, that has changed. It changed this world where violence shouldn't have existed in the first place. The Neo World program would have promised eternal peace. But just like the outside world, it's become a world filled with violence and death. What is that virus? I don't know the details behind its true identity, but that function is beyond my capabilities. No matter how much I try to stop it, it behaves as if it already knows what I'm attempting to do. In the end, it stole a portion of my abilities which contained my authority to build the world. It was like it was a grandmaster chess player. The fictional version of hacking. Desperately tried to fight back so it wouldn't have complete control. But even so, a portion of the world has been modified at its convenience. She's probably talking about Monokuma Rock in the funhouse. Based on what she's saying, it sounds like she's on the receiving end of a one-sided attack. But Alter Ego should be an impressive artificial intelligence that the Future Foundation created. I can tell just by communicating with her. Which means this supposed virus is so smart that it surpasses this alter ego. Or somebody just had a really terrible password on the admin account. If so, does that virus possess an artificial intelligence just like her? What the heck? An artificial intelligence waging an attack against another one. That's so freaking irritating. What is this dialogue? But how did that virus infect the Neo World program? The Neo World program exists in isolation. It's impossible it was infected through a network. I'm fairly certain someone physically uploaded it. Physically? Perhaps someone secretly brought an external memory drive containing the virus into the facility and directly uploaded it into the main computer where the Neo World program is installed. Based on my calculations, that's most likely what happened. It was brought to the Future Foundation's facility. The only person who could enter that facility is someone who is a member of the Future Foundation. Based on what? What am I thinking? Why am I assuming that what I just heard is the truth? Why am I assuming that everything is a lie? Observers. But it's true that the virus is powerful and that I'm completely overwhelmed by it. But I'm still able to defend the essential areas. So it has a limit too. A limit? If it took over an observer, then it has to follow the rules of an observer. Such as, in order to end the program and release everyone, I need to follow the correct procedure and...
Come on now!
Even if you're just a god in the machine, that's enough hints from you. If you're gonna say something more, I suppose that you exist between life and death, and the death of yourself is inevitable, so if so, it can be parallel to the defluxion based on the definition of existence that constitutes the relationship. From there, the paradigm change results by being cut off rapidly and causes a situation where your own existence is unobservable and music keeps shifting. Accelerates and crosses with the joint ownership of the world and the situation from the context invites your death. Lots of death. Additional death. Hey. Still more death. Lots of death. Color negative death. All right, well, we have Makoto's silhouette now. What the heck? What just happened? You're right there, aren't you? Someone is right there, right? Huh? Who are you? Are you different from the earlier one? Maybe he can't hear my voice from this side. I'm currently talking to the world through alter ego. Ever since you guys vanished into that space, the video's feedback has been pretty distorted. But even so, we were forced to watch you this entire time. Huh? The things you guys were forced to do, we were forced to watch it. Forced to watch us? I really want to save you right away, but because of the virus's interference, I couldn't. Really wanted to. Our orders were no longer being accepted, including shutdown requests. The Neo World program is beyond our control now. In that world, that person created an independent country that doesn't accept outside interference. But Alter Ego created an opportunity for me to speak to you directly. If this means that's working, then it means that the person I need to talk to is right there, I hope. Looks like this guy can't even hear me or see me. Just who is this guy, anyway? Is he our ally? Since there's no time, I'm going to say what I need to say and believe that you're there listening to me. But first, I should apologize to everyone. I know apologizing won't help, but we didn't imagine something like this would happen. We never expected such an atrocious virus was lurking inside the Neo World program. Sounds like it wasn't. It was, like, injected. Like, you know, somebody shimmed a library into it or something. Given that they super air-gapped the whole thing, apparently, it feels like their whole security protocol was really sloppy. If you could, like, stick a thumb drive in it and override the whole system. But that's entirely our fault. It's our responsibility for not realizing it until it was too late. But it's not just the virus, either. I can't say for sure that the program didn't have any problems in the first place. To tell you the truth, I was unsure about whether or not to run the program on you guys. But this was the only way to save you all. I wanted to save you guys. Save us? What does he want to save us from? Why would this save us? You've already seen the password to enter the graduation exam ground, right? You know, 11037. That's the number we found at Nezumi Castle. The door to the ancient room was supposed to open after you all finished gathering the Hope fragments. From there, you guys were supposed to challenge the graduation exam. However, I prepared that password just in case something went wrong. Like I said earlier, I had my doubts that this program was perfect. Even if the chance was slim, I thought the observer might end up going rogue. That's the reason I left that 11037 password in place where the teacher role would not be able to go. I never thought Nagito, who saw it first, would erase that password. Anyway, I'm also the person who set the password to that number. That number contains a secret. Someone close to me left that number to save me when I was in a dilemma. Can you understand what I'm trying to say? I'm entrusting that will to you all. I've entrusted it to you, to your future. But that person is trying to abuse the graduation exam. I'm sure they are going to crush you with despair using the graduation exam that's waiting for you. But I want you guys to endure it without giving up on hope. I want you guys to withstand it until I get there. Because I have a secret to defeat them. Does that mean he has a secret plan to defeat Monokuma? In a worst-case scenario where an observer who has the role of teacher goes rogue, I've prepared a hidden command to use at the graduation exam site. It's the forced shutdown sequence. Forced shutdown sequence? Even a teacher's authority can't stop that command. It's a way to end this that you guys can choose on your own, independently from the observer. Which means even if they stole the teacher's authority, they shouldn't be able to stop it. If you use that, you guys will win. However, in order to start the forced shutdown sequence, you need more than half the number of people. And in order to do that, I need to somehow get that number. So I see some death I see death at the end there, of course, but I don't see anything necessarily comprehensible otherwise. Additional death.
Say what?
What was that just now? Hey, Hajime, what was that weirdness just now? Nothing, really? I see.
Anyway.
Nothing or something. Oh well, anyway, that's all the hints you're gonna get. If that no-good artificial intelligence tells you any more useless stuff, I'm gonna butt in again. Did Monokuma not notice what just happened? It's been a while since I've spoken at length, but it was important to talk to you. It was worth waiting a long time here. Hey, about that guy just now. There shouldn't be anything else for you to ask me. Shush, you. See, it would be bad if Monokuma overheard us. That means Monokuma doesn't know about the conversation I had with that guy just now. You guys have a weapon. A very powerful weapon. It all depends on how you guys use that weapon. The only thing I can do is prevent the virus's invasion with all my might so you guys can use that weapon. The rest is up to you all. Do your best. But what do we have to do our best at? The mystery is getting solved. I'm finally starting to see the truth. What are we supposed to do when that truth is really a lie? We know we're working towards a conclusion that nobody wants to hear, but still, we really need to work hard and do our best. Is there really a reason to do our best? Not dying. You have no basis for thinking that the people that are dead are still alive. For all you know, there's some sort of, like, shotgun shell loaded into the VR headset of this game, you know? Oh, you got voted off the island. Blam! everything was a lie, then isn't everything just meaningless? It's the same for the killings, too. Even though we had to experience something as painful as that, something as tragic as that, wouldn't all that be meaningless, too? I mean, he's either jumping to conclusions or he's become a hardcore nihilist really quickly. When the world is flipped over and becomes so irrational, what am I supposed to do? Bing bong.
I'm getting tired of waiting. Shall we just plunge right in?
I think they used this this line, was it in the first game? That implied that the time limit until a school trial was whenever Monokuma got bored.
It's time for the long-awaited graduation exam. Please enter the red door located on the first floor of Hope's Peak Academy. See you soon.
A red door, huh? Just a waste of time thinking about what this all means right now. For now, I need to finish this. I just need to focus on that. He means this red door, right? I just have to go in there. If I do that, will this be finished? Spirally. The way it rotates, it makes it feel like you're drifting right, doesn't it? Head towards the light. This place?
Yo.
Looks like everyone's here.
Damn right.
It seems that this is going to be the final place.
However,
This place is... This is a trial field? But why is it a trial field? Sure looks like a trial ground, but the vibe is way different than the one from before. We've been here before, right? Yeah, this should be the place that the door at the ancient ruins leads to.
Hey.
Seems pretty strange that we've been in that other building up till now. I mean, yeah, it's pretty strange, but you've been getting teleported around a school building that is essentially one big, 3D modeling glitch. You're like, oh man, it's weird that we were in that building up until now.
Damn it.
It's like we're dreaming or something. That's a better conclusion. At least that's a better leap to make. If this is a dream, then this too is very...
Welcome!
So you finally arrived. Congratulations. You guys are the first ones to ever beat this game. After stopping by Hope's Peak Academy, you finally come back to this place. To the graduation exam site within the ancient ruins of Jabberwock Island.
you.
You can give it a fancy name like graduation exam site, but it's no different than the trial ground from before.
Stupid fool.
Phew.
This trial field actually inspired the one from before. So in a way, this place is the original.
Hey, hey!
Who cares? This graduation exam means we can finally go home, right?
Of course!
If that's what you guys decide.
Huh?
And if we have to decide, what do we have to do?
Now then.
Please take a look at the LCD touch panel built into your seats. Compared to the other trials, the rules are much simpler this time.
Yes, indeed.
There are two options, graduate and repeat, right? You just have to choose one of them and press it. All of you will cast your vote, and whichever one has the majority will be considered your final decision. If you don't press either of them, it will be treated as an absence and it will not be counted.
In other words,
Everyone who has died up till now will have their votes treated as absences.
Then,
The result is based on our majority vote. If graduate is chosen by a majority vote, from there, an event that's kind of like a graduation ceremony called the graduation program will begin. Even if we do this stupid majority vote, the result is already pretty obvious. Come on, let's move this along. We can press it now, right?
no.
You can't do that yet. I mean, your resolve hasn't firmed yet, right? Your will to be swept away by society's harsh current.
Shut up! Shut up!
Who cares? I'm gonna press it.
What's this?
My, which of your orifices are you using to spew bile? To participate in the graduation program, you need my final say as your teacher, you know. What does that mean? Does that mean it won't end with just a majority vote?
That's right!
After the vote, I'm going to judge every single one of you to see if it's okay for you to graduate or not.
Damn it!
So even if we vote, you're saying we won't graduate unless you acknowledge it.
Well...
I'm terribly sorry for being rude earlier.
No way!
But you don't have to worry, there's no way I won't acknowledge your graduations. This is merely a formality. I'm just doing it because that's how it has to be. He's doing it because that's how it has to be. It doesn't mean he can exert his will over everything. He, too... Weird phrasing. It doesn't mean he can exert his will over everything. He, too, has a limit. But... Okay, he's just making a statement. Hajime is just making an overall statement. What he has said doesn't mean he can exert his will over everything. He has a limit. That's... For it to make sense, that is Hajime making an assertion based on what he heard previously from the Definitely Not Makoto and Alter Ego. Is this what Alter Ego was talking about?
Anyway,
Even if you don't want to do it, you guys still need to do it to solve the mystery. Afterwards, you can cast your majority vote, and from there we can move on to the graduation program. Yay! But why do we even have to go through something so dumb? Well, that is... You said you were waiting for the main cast, right? Which means you're just stalling for time, then. Who's the main cast? Oh, no need to worry about it. It has nothing to do with you guys.
that is...
There's no way it has nothing to do with us. Sus. Entirely sus. Just resituating something real quick here. There we go.
so annoying.
Doesn't matter if you're involved or not. You're just a bunch of chumps in the big picture. That's why it has nothing to do with you. Just perform your roles without complaining.
You pissed me off.
Hold on, what's with that chump comment?
I can't ignore that.
Not that it's important or anything, but make sure you turn off that toy.
I won't forgive you.
How dare you treat him like a toy?
What's this?
I did treat it like a toy. You get a problem with that? I created everything. You're actually picking a fight with me? I'm basically a god. Just how promising can you guys be? I guess this is just the nature of life. Fine then, before you die, sear my power into your memories. Gotten any new... Hello world. Hello world all scrambled over and over down there. Like how even this UI is glitchy. Holding speech contest. There was another one in there. It was a happy birthday, I think.
I did say I wanted you guys to know the outside world, but this is still a questionable starting topic. Let me ask you this. What is this world's true identity?
Huh? This world's true identity? What kind of question is that?
World's true identity. If I answer this, it will be true. And that lie will become the truth. But there's no way I can leave it unanswered. Do.
I got it!
A little scrambly at the end there, but
Jabberwock Island we're on.
It's a virtual world that was inspired by the actual Jabberwock Island.
Hey!
So, this isn't the real world, but if you want, you can call it the game world. You get it? It's all just one big game.
Are you friggin' serious?
Don't fucking mess with me, you bastard! Did you have us all come here just to tell us bullshit?
If this is a game, are my words being displayed in a text window right now?
meta.
That's stupid. There's no way that's even possible.
Kazuichi said, yelling at the camera.
I know! The all-in-your-minds trope makes you feel such cruel despair!
No, just irritation.
But who cares? I've revived all the suspense and mystery with just one line!
If they had not just spent a good chunk of time doing an exposition dump, hammering home that it was a virtual environment, it would have had more impact. They could have taken a lot of this data and, like, trickle-seeded it in throughout the rest of it. Even better if it was stuff that you had to pay attention to out of, like, you know, in the periphery of various scenes and the like.
'Cause it's a game!
Then we were forced to kill each other.
'Cause it's a game!
A lot of crazy shit happened.
'Cause it's a game!
We're the only people here.
'Cause it's a game!
Monokuma's nonsensical abilities.
'Cause it's a game!
Don't fuck with me! That's not even possible!
I know you guys are pissed, but you were having fun too, right? A world where anything goes only exists in games. So just force yourself to accept it. This closed space, this game world, was the true stage of this killing school trip.
Just stop. There's no way. There's no way I'm gonna believe that.
Back in the day, people must have reacted the same way when they first saw the airplane take flight.
It's akin to people that talk about the simulation theory, the idea that, some super advanced society has created a computer program that is simulating the universe that we know of, and that, all life that we know is just part of a simulation. And the primary answer to that is, so what? What does that change about anything? Oh, well, it makes our society and whatnot meaningless. How so? What's different? And in this case, what's different? If he's asserting this is a game, then the reality as you know it was a game. What has changed? The more rational questions would be, then everybody else is still alive, right? We're going to be able to leave the game, right? Instead, it's like, oh, it can't possibly be a game. That's impossible. Well, ask questions about the game then. Like, if the demigod murder bear is asserting that it's just a game, then maybe ask about the game as opposed to denying that demigod murder bear might have an idea, might have a point.
But like wearing contact lenses, it'll stop feeling strange once you just get used to it.
Please do not compare reality to contact lenses.
I mean, if this really is a virtual world, what does that make us?
You better not say we're fictional characters.
The Future Foundation created this world using a program called the Neo World Program. It's programmed to place the user in a virtual world by synchronizing directly with the user's brain.
The presumption would be that there's at least one other pod behind there to get 15. There would be room for yet another one if they're counting, like, the observer Chiaki. If the second observer, Usami, would also need a pod, then there's not really enough room.
Which means your body still exists in the real world. But right now, you're completely submerged in the game world, as if you're dreaming or something.
I like the or something. So if you're dreaming or something or whatever, it doesn't really matter. It's a plot device. Just hand wave it. It'll be fine.
Simply put, you're, not aviators, but...
You mean Avatar, right? An existence created in the game is a copy of the user's real body.
But we're not just regular avatars, right?
Your avatars were constructed by removing a specific thing from your bodies in the real world.
What did you remove? I see.
What was removed
It's another
from us
weird way
was
to
our
put
school
it.
memories, right?
It's the avatars weren't created that way. It's your... Oh, this is a weird way to put it.
Which means we're avatars that were created from our memories from before we entered the academy?
So that's why we don't have our memories of our lives at Hope's Peak Academy?
Don't talk like that!
Because based on what Hajime found, it's not that it can extract memories and run from that, it's that it can essentially excise memories and say, these memories don't take effect. Now, maybe that was a translation issue or sloppy writing. And it meant that it can simulate using any pieces of memory it wants.
Like we're made from memories of the past. Like we're avatars. Like this is a game world. How'd we end up talking about sci-fi crap? I'll never believe it.
How many times do I have to tell you? It's not sci-fi, it's a game!
Like how he has a specific way of saying it's a game. This world is a virtual reality created by a computer program. We can't proceed if we don't accept that. Is believing him really the only thing we can do? It's a premise to the argument. See what they talk about
Is there
first.
any evidence that this is really a game world?
You are the evidence!
What does that mean?
Your avatar's made of memories from before you entered the school! But your actual bodies in the real world are different. Though you have no memories of your time living your school life, your real bodies actually lived that life.
What game world? What avatar? I'm a human being with a real body!
My avatar is created from this world. I don't want to believe something like that, but...
Is there any evidence that this is really a game world?
You are the evidence!
I think it's that one. One won't be useful. Okay, I think list of subjects is our target here.
What does that mean?
Your avatar's made of memories from before you entered the school! But your actual bodies in the real world are different. Though you have no memories of your time living your school life, your real bodies actually lived that life!
That must be it! Earlier,
It's because
in the
the
teacher's
picture
lounge,
of the
I
older
found this
Hiyoko.
strange newspaper clipping. There was a picture of Hiyoko, but she looked more like an adult than the Hiyoko we knew.
Like an adult? What does that mean?
Since we're avatars right now, we look exactly as we did before we entered the school. But in the real world, we've already lived out our school lives. Which means we've grown that much older. And among us, some aged so much we didn't recognize them.
And you are saying that happened to Hiyoko?
It appears Hiyoko had a growth spurt during the school year. Looks like the other shorty graduated, Fuyuhiko.
I can't believe that. You're just making shit up.
I won't accept that I'm gonna remain the shortest.
But if you guys only had memory loss, your body still should have grown during that time, right? So you should have felt your bodies go through growth spurts. But why didn't you guys recognize each other?
I don't understand that you still should have felt your bodies go through growth spurts. It's like, why would they have memories of this if they only have their memories from just before they entered Hope's Peak? And is he asserting that they've been in their vats for so long that they would have grown up? That doesn't quite line up. No worries there, Quinn. Feel free to lurk.
Because we did not know each other before we lost our memories.
If we all met after we lost our school memories, it's no different than meeting each other for the first time.
Kazuichi, first one to catch on. Shocking.
Since we didn't know each other before that, we wouldn't have noticed how much we've all grown.
No, hold on. We don't know if we didn't know each other before, and we wouldn't have known if we aged or not by looking at each other, then wouldn't he have noticed a difference?
You're the only one! Hey, Fuyuhiko, you knew Peko for a long time, right?
Yeah, now that you mention it. Seems weird. No, now that I think about it, it's definitely strange.
Strange? What is?
Our school memories. About how many days' worth were taken away.
As the creators of the Neo World program, only the Future Foundation would know the details, but around 2 or 3 years' worth, I assume.
That long? Peko and I have seen each other almost every single day of our lives. If we lost 2 years' worth of memories, we would have noticed that we were older than we remembered.
So, does that mean our memory loss is another one of Monokuma's lies?
Your refusal to accept your mutual memory loss is why you can't notice all the important parts.
I mean, if you lost your memories, if you only remembered everything up until that, and that's what your avatars were created from, then wouldn't your avatars only remember what they looked like at the time? Hello, Sammy. Sammy has come to join me. Hello. Which means she will now monopolize a great deal of attention. She will now get back scratches of just the right amount so that I don't get bit.
You've lost your memories. End of story. You guys are avatars who had their memories taken from them.
This is a virtual world, and we're virtual avatars. Are you saying we just have to accept that?
I can feel my heartbeat, and I know what I smell like. So what do you call these things I'm feeling? Are you saying these are all lies?
I just realized that Akane has taken on the mantle of Makoto from the first game with her fixation on smelling things.
Just because it's a game doesn't mean everything was a lie. Have you heard that when you're hypnotized to believe you've been burned, a burn mark will really appear?
I suspect not a burn, but, you know, you could possibly get things like signs of inflammation, like reddened skin, that kind of stuff.
So if our brains believe something is real, it's no different than if it actually happened?
Now that you mention it, I did hear about a phenomenon quite similar to that. In a distant country, there was a certain experiment carried out on one of their prisoners. The prisoner was blindfolded, strapped to a bed, and had small wounds applied to his toes to drain his blood. That prisoner was left alone in the experiment room, as the sound of dripping blood echoed throughout the room. But in fact, his blood was not being drained. He was just forced to listen to the sound of dripping water, but he believed he was bleeding to death. However, in spite of that, the prisoner still died.
As expected of Miss Sonia. Your knowledge of state-sanctioned torture is amazing.
Both. It is interesting both because of her knowledge of this kind of thing, but also because Kazuichi finds it, like, attractive.
If a lie is a believable lie, you're saying it might become the truth? We're really just connected to machines and stuff. And our consciousness was uploaded into here. So we genuinely believe that this game world was real.
Then, the Jabberwock Island we've been living on.
Of course, that's also a virtual world. That sea, that beach, the buildings, everything. It's all a virtual world created by the Neo World program.
I'm anticipating a great deal of time constantly rehashing this, but it was all fake. Oh my god, it was all fake. How can we believe anything is real anymore? Because it's fake. Let's see how much more of that we have to deal with.
What we see before us is a virtual environment created by the program. It looks real because our brains think it's real.
That's why in the end, it was all just a creation. That's the truth. The truth is it was all a lie. That is the world's truth.
If everything's a lie, then what should we believe?
Who cares if it's a lie?
Hey, what are you getting at?
I mean, if this is really a game world, everything that happened here took place inside the game, right?
Is Fuyuhiko actually gonna get it?
Then that must mean...
That's right. The killings we were forced to commit were part of some silly game. Everyone who was killed should still be alive in the real world.
Oh yeah. Just because they died in the virtual world doesn't mean they died in real life.
So... You are saying everyone is still alive?
Yeah, that's it. Isn't that right, Monokuma? What's so funny?
If a lie is a believable lie, it might become the truth. That's what you said earlier, Fuyuhiko.
Don't tell me. You mean...
The Neo World program isn't just any game. It's next-gen software containing the ultimate reality. And speaking of that reality, if a player's avatar experiences death, their brains inside their actual bodies will stop functioning too!
It'd be possible to go into shock in such a scenario, and to die in that sort of shock. But we have to then leap past the idea that any sort of full dive VR sort of scenario would probably have fail-safes that if things like your heart rate exceeded a particular threshold or anything like that, that it would shut down. In a similar vein, that wouldn't mean that your body was irrecoverable if you started to go into shock like that. All this presumes that, like, those little dive pods are effectively completely sealed caskets that under no circumstances could open, even if they started to go brain dead. Like, oh man, his heart rate's going bonkers. Better not do anything about that.
What?
Then everyone who died.
It's not like their bodies are completely dead, so I can't say it's a true death, but that's why it's actually crueler instead. All that's left of them are empty husks.
Are you saying they will never awaken again?
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Well, nobody's gonna appreciate a game where you don't die when you're supposed to, right?
What game? That's not what we risked our lives for.
If you want to be mad, please be mad at the Future Foundation. They're forcing you to play this game.
Future Foundation? The people from the Future Foundation made us play this sick game?
Then,
They betrayed the Future Foundation to protect us.
I see. So our real enemy is the Future Foundation!
We've already covered this. Future Foundation is our real enemy. Is that it? Is that really it? That was a major plot point just a little bit ago.
The Neo World program was developed by the Future Foundation, right?
The ones who trapped us in here. It's all the Future Foundation's doing, right?
And the enemy is the Future Foundation! I mean, a group that would make a killing game. There's no way they're good guys!
then the Future Foundation is truly an organization of evil.
I think it's the remnants of despair is on that organization of
The Neo World
evil.
program was developed by the Future
Yeah.
Foundation, right?
The ones who trapped us in here. It's all the Future Foundation's doing, right?
And the enemy is the Future Foundation! I mean, a group that would make a killing game. There's no way they're good guys!
Then the Future Foundation is truly an organization of evil.
It's going to be another one of those, isn't it?
The Neo World program was developed by the Future Foundation, right?
The ones who trapped us in here. It's all the Future Foundation's doing, right?
And the enemy is the Future Foundation! I mean, a group that would make a killing game. There's no way they're good guys!
Then the Future Foundation is truly an organization of evil.
The Neo World program was developed by the Future Foundation, right?
The ones who trapped us in here. It's all the Future Foundation's doing, right?
And the enemy is the Future Foundation! I mean, a group that would make a killing game. There's no way they're good guys!
Okay, let's try this on Killing Game.
Then the Future Foundation is truly an organization of evil.
The Neo World program was developed by the Future Foundation, right?
The ones who trapped us in here. It's all the Future Foundation's doing, right?
Then the enemy is the Future Foundation! I mean, a group that would
No, that's wrong! Originally, in the world created by the Neo World program, a concept like violence never existed.
So in the case, a group that made a killing game has got to be evil, was the statement. So we counter that with the idea of the Neo World program statement, which includes a description of what the Neo World program was made for. But the total statement was that a group that would make a killing game has got to be evil. But we're countering just the little text, the killing game part. So that would make sense. But the organization of evil at the end, it's how Sonya reacts to it is like, oh, but you agree that they're an organization of evil. And it's, no, I was linking those two statements together, the organization of evil portion. You know, saying there is another explicitly organization of evil out there. So it can be a little bit inconsistent as to whether they're going to refer to the whole phrase, if they're going to refer to just that part this time.
Then why is there killing going on?
Like, this makes sense, ultimately.
The virus that invaded this program is forcing us to kill each other.
Could it be that virus is...
You're right. Until Monokuma appeared, this island was giving off a really peaceful vibe.
Yeah. It didn't get weird until Usami was remodeled as Monami.
Monami, what sort of role did such a lost girl like her have in this world?
Hey, don't change the subject!
It's also something we need to clear up. She was an observer.
See! She was the observer of the Neo World program. Isn't that right?
That's right! She was an NPC that was assigned the role of observer.
NPC?
Non-player character. A character that's not controlled by a person. It's different from avatars like us.
Monami's existence was created entirely by the program, just to monitor the 15 of you.
Please wait! Did you just say 15 people?
Have you forgotten how to count? We're 16 people in total.
He was probably excluding the other observer.
Huh? Another observer?
I see!
We are being spoon-fed again.
Aside from the 15 participants, there were 2 observers in the Neo World program.
Like, in the last trial, the relationship between Monomi and Chiaki was established, as well as their role as Future Foundation agents. As soon as Usami was called out as an observer, that should have made everybody like, oh, then Chiaki. But additionally, the, hey, there were 16 of us statement was kind of altered in that last trial.
One of them was Monami, and the other one was...
Could it have been Chiaki?
Yeah, you're right.
You're saying Chiaki was an NPC?
So you're saying she was just a program? And she didn't actually exist in real life?
None of that was established.
Then she wasn't human?
Like, we don't even have we didn't even get a certainty that Usami wasn't human. Now, it's implied because of the whole Usami had multiple clones to act, you know, to Cyberman some of the Monokumas, but we don't have a confirmation that either of them is not a person. She didn't exist at all,
No,
not
that's
human.
not it. Chiaki was really alive. Even if she was a virtual existence, she was really alive. Did you forget? She saved our lives, you know?
Don't get all mushy towards a game character.
Said the game character.
Shut up!
Plus, she wasn't just a little game character. She was a lackey for the detestable World Ender.
Now that you mention it, you referred to the Future Foundation by that name before.
That just means it was all a bluff, right? So we think that the Future Foundation was our enemy.
Do not joke about the world ending.
No, there's no doubt that the Future Foundation is also World Ender. At least for those of us here.
For everyone who's here. So one of the things that I think they're leading up to is that the cast here are the remnants of despair, the last remaining people on essentially Team Evil, and they're being rehabilitated. That's my guess.
Hey, what do you mean, those of us here? Why are you lumping us with you?
It's just a bluff.
Monokuma, what exactly are you? Why don't you just show us your true self already?
What, you can't talk?
It is cowardly of you to just ignore us.
Before I reveal my true identity to you guys, it appears the main cast has finally arrived.
Main cast?
Speaking of which, this guy is a member of World Ender.
What? World Ender?
It's not the Future Foundation's fault. Rather, the fault lies with you guys.
All right, I was waiting for you, Makoto. You finally arrived.
Makoto?
My name is Makoto Naegi. Like you, I'm also a former student of Hope's Peak Academy. And right now, I'm a member of the Future Foundation.
You are from the Future Foundation?
Why did someone like you suddenly show up?
I got it. You came to save us, right? Then hurry up and save us! Hey, what happened?
What is this? Isn't he acting a bit strange? This guy's attitude, it's as if he's being cautious of us.
I don't mind rescuing you guys. But before that, you all need to fully accept the situation you're in.
Situation
Why
we're
do you
in?
think the Future Foundation decided to put you guys into the Neo World program?
Who cares? Hurry up and get us out of here!
The Neo World program has another name. The Hope Restoration Program.
Hope Restoration
By now,
Program?
You should understand your true identities.
Huh? Our true identities?
Aren't we the 15 survivors of Hope's Peak Academy who were rescued by the Future Foundation?
Before you arrived here, Monokuma should have shown you guys some clues. Put them all together and try thinking about it.
Get together and think. I have to wonder about the design meeting that went into this little game. Like, at some point they were sitting in a room saying, like, we need a new mini game for the murder game. What about snowboarding? It's a weird question. Oop. Lapis being slowly cooked by Sky here. Moderately telegraphed. Sky can be extra snuggly. He's a giant cotton ball, but he also gives off a great deal of body heat over area.
It's all coming together.
Hey there, maybe.
Could it be? The survivors of Hope's Peak Academy and the remnants of Ultimate Despair are...
You're in time for us to very slowly slog through waist-deep telegraphed reveals.
Yes, both of those phrases refer to you guys. That's right. Not only are you guys the survivors of Hope's Peak Academy,
You're also survivors of Ultimate Despair!
We're all Ultimate Despair?
What does it matter?
Don't be stupid!
in the beginning, we took in 15 of you as survivors of Hope's Peak Academy. But upon further investigation, we discovered an unbelievable truth. The 15 people we acquired were actually the horrifying remnants of despair.
That was us?
What is this ultimate despair?
I remember hearing that they're dangerous guys who are responsible for terrorism, coups d'etats, and wars.
Yes, they're responsible for the tragedy and brought chaos into the world. Despair in human form, but utterly devoid of humanity. That's what you guys really are.
Okay, so let's pause for a moment and look at the foreground art. What sort of gun is that supposed to be? Looks like it's at best like a cap gun or a rubber band gun or something like that. Like he's gonna squirt him in the temple with water.
The ultimate despairs don't care about principles or morals. They just spread despair everywhere they go. They live solely to torment everything, to burn everything, to kill everything.
We're part of a dangerous group like that?
That's gotta be a lie!
That's right. There's no way. There's no way we're all Ultimate Despair.
So, back to the drum here. It doesn't matter. The yous that are in here right now, the yous that are from before you entered Hope's Peak, were not the Ultimate Despair. Ultimate Despair kicked off after that.
Nagito probably did what he did because he managed to learn the unbelievable truth.
Nagito? Why are you bringing him up all of a sudden?
He's the only one who knew this truth before you guys. It was a special prize for clearing the final dead room.
Was it that file that contained all our student profiles? But inside...
Fortunately, there doesn't seem to be any details. Details? Details about our missing memories, information about the time we spent at Hope's Peak Academy. It's not written in there. These profiles might have been written before we entered the academy.
No, it used to have profiles from after you entered the school, but Nagito destroyed them before you saw it.
Huh?
Why? Why do you know something like that?
Anyway, it's the absolute truth that the file had profiles about you guys after you entered the school. And after Nagito obtained the file and learned the truth, what did he try to do to you guys?
And to learn the truth, what did he try to do to us? Telling us to answer that? Or 2, 3. Okay.
I got it!
Pretty much, Tass. It's not as bad as the
kill
prior
everyone except for
trials,
the traitor.
Hangman's Gambits.
That's right. After seeing the file, he learned that everyone, including him, was ultimate despair.
As I was telling maybe Tass, we are currently hip deep in heavily telegraphed reveals. It's less a matter of being shocked at this point and more about getting through them.
And he tried to kill everyone except the traitor.
Like, this is neat. This part right here is neat, where it was like, oh, that's what Nagito discovered, and that's why he turned on everybody. Neat.
Did Nagito try to kill us because we were ultimate despair?
Yes, because of his love for hope and his hatred toward despair. I sort of understand that feeling.
Don't mess with us. Why do we have to be treated like the bad guys?
There must be some kind of mistake. There's no way we're ultimate despair.
So again, the you that are here are not.
I don't need a twist like that.
It might seem unbelievable because you guys only have memories from before you entered the school. But it all happened at Hope's Peak Academy. You were tainted by ultimate despair because at Hope's Peak Academy, you were in contact with her.
Her?
The true ultimate despair. Junko Enoshima. She strongly influenced you all during your time at the school. And that's why you became ultimate despair. In order to remove that influence, you've been placed into the Hope Restoration Program.
Is that why you took away our school memories?
The Hope Restoration Program, also known as Full Dive Brainwashing.
The reason you're able to act like your normal selves is because you're within the Neo World program. But your true bodies in the real world are different. In the real world, you're part of a group that cruelly destroyed your family, friends, and even your own body.
Family, friends, and our own bodies? Aren't you exaggerating a bit?
He's right. There's no way we do something like that.
Don't turn away from the truth.
Anytime Nagito is rendered out in higher detail, he's creepy. Like, there are the emotion shots. All of the characters are overblown when they're in a heavy emotion shot. But whenever Nagito gets some shading or anything like that, some less like harsh anime shading and more like smooth or textured, like maybe some soft light kind of stuff, he just looks increasingly creepy. What was that just now? A memory? But that person, that was Nagito, right? Bear seems pretty evil there, maybe. At the very least, I think we can confidently say malicious agent of chaos.
It appears you've remembered a little.
Like, I don't think the bear actually cares that these are the remnants of despair. It's much more, I want you to kill each other. And feel bad about it, you know?
Now, face what you've done. And from there, you will finally take your first steps on the path to hope.
But again, they haven't done it. None of the people here have done it.
There's obviously some kind of mistake. There's no way we're ultimate despair.
Because you're all ultimate despair. You killed your friends and family. And you even destroyed your own bodies.
How can you say we did all that?
We're being tricked. We're being tricked by the Future Foundation!
To doubt hope? How much despair is within you guys?
See, that's not possible. I need to organize the information. If I organize it, I'll probably be able to.
There's obviously some kind of mistake. There's no way we're ultimate despair.
Because you're all ultimate despair. You killed your friends and family. And you even destroyed your own bodies.
One of these times I'll figure out why the camera does this. Ah, here we go. Yeah, this is destroyed your own bodies as reserved department.
How can you say we did all that?
We're being tricked. We're being tricked by the Future Foundation!
To doubt hope? How much despair is within you guys?
There's obviously some kind of mistake. There's no way we're ultimate despair.
Because you're all ultimate despair. You killed your friends and family. And you even destroyed your own bodies.
Nope. That's not a helpful callback there.
There's obviously some kind of mistake. There's no way we're ultimate despair.
Because you're all ultimate.
Destroy their own bodies doesn't line up.
You killed your friends and family. And you even destroyed your own bodies.
Maybe it's vision of Nagito with the destroyed bodies.
How can you say we did all that?
Since
being tricked.
Nagito seems to have grafted
tricked
part
by
of
the Future
Junko onto
Foundation.
himself.
Doubt hope? How much despair is within you guys?
Makoto bringing the sort of like hope versus despair dialogue that was in the first game, and it's not helpful.
There's obviously some kind of mistake. There's no way we're ultimate despair.
Because you're all ultimate despair. You killed your friends and family. And you even destroyed your own body.
That must be it! If that memory I felt was actually a memory from the real world, what Nagito did was...
And it's the wording that they used. So it's that the reserve department, which it was asserted that everybody here is a reserve department student. Or at least Nagito asserted that. That all of them committed suicide, or like a huge number of them did. And when Makoto said, well, you destroyed your own bodies, it's like, oh, well, maybe that's what he's referring to. But no.
He cut off his own arm and transplanted a woman's arm?
They're really gonna have to, like, explain this part. Because... Where is it? So, Junko was present, supposedly, during the Killing School life. Danganronpa 1. Which is in the past from this. Yep. Okay, so I'm guessing that they find Junko's body after the execution that Junko put herself through. I find it hard to believe that any recognizable part would have come of that. Let alone, like, a fully formed hand.
Not just any woman's arm. It was the late Junko Enoshima's arm.
What did you say?
He probably thought that by becoming one with Junko Enoshima, he could make her survive within him.
I don't get this at all.
The ultimate despairs defy understanding. They have no problem severing their own limbs.
I am terribly sorry. I do not feel so well. Where's the bathroom?
It's just a game anyway, so why don't you just let it out? I'm pretty sure a select few would demand that. Very niche pandering there.
It's too soon to feel sick. That's not even the worst thing the ultimate despairs have done. Some wasted away to skin and bones through continuous fasting in order to reach the despair of starvation. Others gave their own families to Junko just to perform killing experiments on them. Not just that. After Junko's death, they slaughtered countless people by forcing them to commit suicide.
So, the first two was starvation, giving up your family, and then slaughtered countless people by forcing them to commit suicide. And the picture that they show is somebody opening fire on a crowd with a gun. One of these things doesn't align.
One person even implanted one of Junko's eyes into their own socket. Perhaps they wanted to see her despair? And not just that. Some even tried to have children with Junko's dead body.
Well, that's just special.
Just stop! That's just a bullshit story. That's obviously bullshit!
So you feel despair toward yourselves in the real world. I understand that feeling. But there's no need to worry. If you just advance toward the hope I provide, you'll definitely be saved.
They just went a little bit overboard with the principle of leeching, Taz.
Save? You'll save us?
Like dialysis, but with really, really long tubes.
Of course. That's my purpose, after all. That's why the Neo World program was created, too.
You put us inside this program so that you can save us?
Hey there, Levi.
Essentially, your cohabitation inside the Neo World program was just a simulation. If we remove the memories of your time at Hope's Peak Academy, would it also remove your ultimate despair?
So, you're saying this was like a test?
I guess I can say that the test was a success. Even though it deviated greatly from the original plan of graduating after gathering the Hope fragments, nevertheless, you guys were able to overcome your unexpected trials and make your way here. That's why all you need to do is choose graduate.
If we do that, we can get out of here?
However, if you graduate from here, your school memories will never return.
Okay, so we just had a protracted sequence where they talked about how horrific their school memories would be. Like, just gruesome. The whole panoply of bad. And they're like, well, you'll never get those memories back. Oh no. All of my trauma. Whatever will I do without all of that? Exactly, Levi. I mean, that's the biggest problem with this whole sequence here. Is that they're like, you have to accept that you are these terrible people. And right here they're saying, well, if you do accept that and then you leave the program successfully, then you won't ever remember that. So why are they accepting it?
If you choose to graduate, and the observer determines that there are no problems, you will complete the Hope Restoration Program, and your avatar will be uploaded into your real body.
Uploaded?
Means by uploading our avatar's memories into our bodies, we're also forcibly erasing our past selves. That's why it's called the Hope Restoration Program. So that is the Neo World program.
Hey, what happens to the people whose avatars died?
If an avatar that needs to be uploaded has been deleted, there's nothing we can do.
For some reason, we decided that backups were for quitters.
So you're saying they'll never wake up?
God damn it! God damn fucking shit!
Ahem. Please take a look at this flipbook for a quick rundown of your options. If you choose graduate, it'll transfer your in-game memories, but your school memories will be gone forever. Unfortunately, the people who have already died will not be able to wake up.
Just a thought. What will happen if we do not choose to graduate?
You'll just have to continue living your tropical life.
Hey, why you gotta ask something like that?
You're just going to continue living your tropical life, and I'm sure Monokuma won't mess with you.
Well, even if we wake up in the real world, we are all rather messed up, right?
Sonya bringing up a good point.
If that is the case, then maybe staying on this island is...
What are you saying? Haven't we been working this hard just to escape from here?
You don't have to force yourself to return to a painful reality. Let's just play this game forever and ever!
Don't be ridiculous. If I stay in this screwed up world any longer, I'm seriously gonna snap.
But still, is it really okay to sacrifice the others just to save ourselves?
They're not being clear on this, but it seems that they're implying, very badly, that if they don't graduate, then the dead people could be recovered? Maybe? I don't get why this is a question, you know? This is very much a cake or death scenario.
You're asking that now? If we don't get out of here now, then what was everything we've done up till now even for?
You're right. Also, hey, Casemate. We've been trying desperately to survive until we can finally leave this place. If we don't get out of here now, all the deaths we've endured will be in vain. I know this, but something's not right. How come Monokuma isn't trying to stop us? That is Makoto, yes. So, part of the big reveal so far, which there could be lots of twists following this. We're waist deep in sinking in plot twist at this point. Makoto and company, the ones that survived the killing school life, Game 1, are the Future Foundation. After leaving, they set up the organization to try to, like, help unscrew the world. And in part of that, they find 15 other survivors of the tragedy, the allies of Junko, the remnants of despair, the super crazies of the crazies. And they dump them in a virtual world, which is Danganronpa 2 at the beginning, where you're supposed to collect fragments of hope and be really nice to everybody. But then a computer virus gets into the virtual world, and that's when the murdering starts. And the implication is anybody that's killed can't be re-uploaded. So the implication is that the whole process of going into the full dive here is like you have to be pulled out. So it's not like there is a backup consciousness or something like that. If that consciousness dies, then it can't be crammed back in. Now, like I said, there could be further twist imminent. Not only that, is it really okay for us to believe him? Should we get out, or...
I see! Wait, can we have some time to decide?
Did you get scared like Sonia?
No, it's not that. Don't you think this is a little strange?
Strange? You still don't understand? Normally, ultimate despairs like you guys would just be abandoned. But I'm telling you, I'm here to help. You should be thankful for how open-minded the Future Foundation is.
Makoto, what has happened to you?
So, when we encountered Makoto previously, essentially it was one-way communication. He was only vaguely able to talk into the simulation. He couldn't tell if you were there to hear him. But now suddenly he's able to, like, fully arrive and interact, and Monokuma was, like, anticipating, waiting for him to show up. So, what's going on here?
Just listen to the Future Foundation. The Future Foundation is the world's hope, you know?
I knew it. As I thought, there's something wrong with you.
I think the email to him.
I said I'm going to save you guys. Why aren't you listening to me?
So this is an email to Makoto. Yeah. Why are you protecting the remnants? You guys are being lied to. Think carefully about what's important to bring the light of hope to the world. The 6 of you joined the Future Foundation because you agreed with our ideals. Let's see. Makoto, Toko, Yasuhiro, Byakuya, Hina. Who was the 6th one? Remember a sixth one. Who were the oh. Kyoko, thank you. So the Future Foundation wants to get rid of the remnants.
Let's do what he says and get out of here. I mean, the Future Foundation's the good guys, right?
And apparently, we are actually the bad guys.
It's fine to trust him, right?
The Future Foundation is the world's hope. No one can defy the Future Foundation.
It's foolish to even think about it.
I said I'm going to save you guys. Why aren't you listening to me?
Let's do what he says and get out of here. I mean, the Future Foundation's the good guys, right?
And apparently, we are actually the bad guys.
It's fine to trust him, right?
The Future Foundation is the world's hope. No one can defy the Future Foundation.
No, that's wrong.
So, the word was defy.
Hold on. Did you say it's foolish to defy the Future Foundation?
So, it should have highlighted defy the Future Foundation. The fact that it was just defy was a game mechanic. They wanted to make it a small target. But the size of the phrase, the entirety of the phrase, and that phrase in a vacuum, has been a game mechanic before as well. I wish they would stop doing that.
Then how do you explain your actions?
My actions?
I saw it. The email that the Future Foundation sent to you.
I liked his tone of voice when he said my actions. Like, my actions? Oh, whatever do you mean? The email that I was just saying. Where are you guys? What are you doing? What you're doing is a serious act of treason against the Future Foundation. Do you understand? Why are you protecting the remnants? It should be abundantly clear to you how dangerous it is to keep these people alive. Stay calm and think about this carefully. You guys are being lied to. Think carefully about what's important to bring the light of hope to the world. The 6 of you joined the Future Foundation because you agreed with our ideals, right? The Future Foundation rescued you from the tragedy you survived and helped you recover your memories. Immediately return the remnants of despair to our headquarters. Unless we eliminate them, the tragedy will never end. Everything is for the sake of a hope-filled future.
In that email, Makoto Naegi defied the Future Foundation to protect the remnants of despair, which clearly contradicts what this person is saying.
Huh? Is that email for real? The Future Foundation tried to kill us?
Hold on! We'll deal with that later. Hey, Monokuma, those clues we found were all real, right?
Gasp!
That's not the only contradiction. What this Makoto person is saying also contradicts what we've already been told. I cannot guarantee that there are no issues with this program. To tell you the truth, I wasn't sure whether or not to run the program on you guys. But this was the only way to save you. I wanted to protect you. To me, those words seemed much more real. So, the person in front of us is...
Naegi, who are you?
Who is he? Simply put, he's Makoto Naegi, who's known for being a cutie patootie!
They're pretty inconsistent about whether they're willing to trust Monokuma.
I'm not asking you. I'm asking...
You insolent fool! If you're saying he's not Makoto, then show me some proof!
He's trying to interfere, then prove whether that Makoto is real or not. I'm gonna shove that in his face.
I can't hear you. Better luck next time. What? What do you want? Punishment is waiting for you.
You're getting all riled up! What are you even talking about?
Enough already.
That's impossible! Proof!
Are you sure about this? I'm not listening. Are you sure about this?
What are you even talking about?
I can't hear you. Better luck next time. What? What do you want? Punishment is waiting for you.
You're getting all riled up!
You insolent fool! If you're saying he's not Makoto, then show me some proof!
11037.
This is the end! Makoto Naegi, if that's who you really are, then tell me this. Why did you make the password to Nezumi Castle 11037?
What was that again?
You can't answer?
That's weird. Wait, where'd you find that out?
Who cares? So how about it? Can you even answer?
Oh man, I've been found out.
Found out? Then you're...
How disappointing! And I thought I was on the right track!
He disappeared? Hey! That guy disappeared!
They continue their habit of being shocked by something that they should be completely numb to by now.
Why are you surprised? It's a computer program, so anything's possible, right?
Thank you, Fuyuhiko.
Then, that was just the work of Monokuma?
No.
Aw, you found out I was faking! This is so embarrassing! I just wanna kill myself!
What are you doing? Why'd you show us a fake member of the Future Foundation?
That fake was trying to get us out to the real world. Then that's your plan? Is that where your trap is?
Man, they saw right through me! I may as well be invisible.
A trap? What kind of trap did you set?
Hey, if you know what's good for you, you better hurry the hell up and confess. I'll beat you half to death if you tell us now. But if you don't spit it out soon, I'm just gonna kill ya!
That worked out really well for you last time, Akane. Go for it.
Just kill him right now! Then this nightmare can finally end!
Violence is not allowed! This isn't that kind of game! It's a much smarter game, right?
Violence isn't allowed. This isn't that kind of game. Hey, in this game, we do single murders separated by protracted sequences of really questionably written dialogue. No action-y violence.
What game? This game is already over!
I despair for that, Fuyuhiko.
This game is over? No! I'm not gonna let you finish yet! There's no way this can end before I've even transformed!
This isn't even my final form.
Transform?
A transformation is customary in a final boss battle, right? You know, like that one role-playing game? You know what game I'm talking about. Final...
Don't say it!
Do you want us to get sued?
Now then, allow me to show you. I'll skip the second and third forms and go straight to my final form!
You better not be bluffing. I'm gonna beat the crap out of you and pull all your stuffing out!
It's still... I do like this reference. The scream, the rocks rising, the little, you know, energy effect around him. What? A bad feeling about this. Please. Please, when they pan back, just have him have tall blonde hair. Please.
Now then, make sure you burn this ginormous despair you're about to see into your memories! I'm gonna die!
I mean, kinda, but not what I was going for.
What? What's going on?
It's going to be harder to fix her now that she's jammed her pinky's giant acrylic nail into her eye.
Am I hallucinating?
I know anything goes here, but this is clearly not fucking okay!
I mean, look at that. On her hand. Now, it's a little inconsistent, but it does look like the nail on her little finger is in her eye. But it also seems like they've, like her nails are hard-lying truncated on the rest of her fingers, so it's just dangerously close to a gouging.
I see. So that's your reaction to seeing an extra-large high school girl. But are they really that big? Don't you think they're pretty small?
She's huge! She's way too huge!
But the final boss in a certain action game is much bigger. You know, that game, Kniferella.
She said it anyway.
I see. An estimated bust size of 15 meters, huh? My boobs are hopelessly huge. Hey, want me to squish you in between them? Big boobs feel good, you know.
I'd get fucking crushed!
You know, it's cheesy, but I do I'm fine with the jokes as long as they don't just keep repeating the same joke, like Akane with the front tail.
If this was a pandering fan service game full of pretty girls, there'd be a CG close-up of my cleavage, but... Too bad. This isn't a fan service game. Of course, since it's not an action game either. You won't even get to experience the refreshing sensation of battling an enormous final boss. So fucking hopeless!
This is Monokuma's true identity?
We have to deal with this thing?
I'm shocked you'd call me this thing. Oh, you're so mean.
Is it just me, or did her personality change?
I get easily bored of my personality. Like, I already got bored of my personality who gets easily bored. And that's when Fuyuhiko would say, "It's too damn soon to say you got bored, right?"
Wait, what?
I mean, we're essentially trotting back out the same last boss as Danganronpa 1. Both, like, narratively and behaviorally.
I have plenty of data on you guys, so it's so easy for me to know what you're all thinking.
You are not bored at all.
I got bored of getting bored. Jeez. Even when I'm dead, I still get bored. This sucks.
When you're dead, what does that mean?
I see. Are you Junko Enoshima?
Hey there, Izzy. Welcome, welcome. You're joining us for melodramatic plot twist reveal theater.
Did you say Junko Enoshima? Isn't she dead?
It's true. I did end up dying the last time. I'm sorry, okay? I didn't mean to go so fast. I couldn't help it, you know? It was my first time. Jeez, stupid. You're the one who made me go.
And why is someone who died here right now?
Do you guys know about an artificial intelligence called alter ego?
Exuberance! We are now an AI! We have transcended humanity!
What AI? Stop saying all this crazy bullshit!
You see, my personality is like this because I'm the type who dies easily, right? That's why I made my own AI program while I was still alive. And then someone uploaded me into this Neo World program. And that's how Alter Ego Junko hopelessly appeared in front of you guys.
That's insane. She's responsible for everything. The destruction of Hope's Peak Academy. The destruction of the world. The one who took over the Neo World program and forced us to kill each other. For those of you that joined after the fact, their explanation for how this magical virus got into the Neo World program, which was essentially described as entirely air-gapped, was somebody snuck a thumb drive in. My kitties, as usual, are being kind of mellow. Which is nice, It is clearly nap time. Even so, what am I supposed to do? Even if we know she's
Don't get
Junko.
cautious and think stuff like, what can we do? I mean, we're all ultimate despair here. Each and every one of our classmates looked at us like we're a bunch of loogies on the side of the road. So, let's all be friends.
Hell no!
Man, they hate me. And I was thinking of you guys when I tampered with the graduation program. But they still hate me.
Tampered with the graduation program?
Remember what that fake Makoto said earlier? About what happens to you when you graduate, right? I feel like you guys weren't getting a big enough reward for graduating. So, I decided to modify what happens so it's something exciting and unique. Just like a game. Uploading your game memories into your real bodies is fine, but letting your friends stay dead just sucks. That's why I decided to resurrect them. This is the new graduation program I'm offering.
Which feels like there's going to be a lie involved here, too. Because supposedly real Makoto, not the one that we just saw, like, you know, get puppeted, implied that we might need to, like, hard shut down the program.
Resurrect? Hey, are you serious? Can you really do that?
It was like real hard, you know?
Wow, that's a new face compared to the last game.
The graduation program is the core part of this game, so it was protected with a lot of encrypted codes. It took me a long time. I felt so much despair about how useless I am.
Well, one advantage of being an AI is that I got smarter with computers. Before that, every time a computer froze, I used to put it in a microwave and nuke it.
Show of hands, class. How long do you think it took for me to modify it?
Who cares about that? Are you serious when you say that everyone who died will come back to life?
Did you forget? You gotta answer questions to progress the story. That's the rule of this game, right? By the way, I'll give you a clue. You guys were always watching time slip away at a certain place.
So you're not gonna tell us until we answer that?
Is that the clock in the center of Jabberwock? We're completely at her mercy. If we can't progress unless we answer, we have no choice but to answer. How long it took for Junko Inoshima to modify the graduation program.
I see!
The countdown at Jabberwock Park. That's the only place we can think of. That's the only place we consistently watch that has anything to do with time.
Then that countdown represented the time that was needed to modify the program.
How brilliantly wrong! You're totally wrong about that tricky timer.
Wrong? Then what was it?
How should I put this? I was just goofing around. I mean, isn't stuff you don't understand exciting even though you don't get it? It's kind of like superhero cosplayers, or someone else's designs of alien life and stuff, right?
It was just for show?
In the end, it was meaningless. Does that fill you with despair? Like getting booted from a game server?
I mean, to some extent, it wasn't anything is a better way to deal with like that ticking clock.
You know those murder mysteries where the culprit is really the detective who's investigating the murder? Well, I'm so over predictable crap like that. Just what did you expect at this stage of the game?
She's seriously messed up.
Well, in a way, the countdown implied I was on a mission. Did you ever make up your own silly rules, like don't step off the white line when you cross the road? I was testing myself to see if I could get you guys into the graduation program before the timer reached 0.
Enough. Please stop.
Don't be so disappointed. It's totally true. I had a hard time manipulating the program. While you guys were at the beach making wrinkly dog faces, I was working so hard on my own, you know?
I don't get the wrinkly dog faces thing. Anyhow.
Hey, enough with this pointless crap! Are you seriously going to resurrect everyone who died?
And answer us truthfully, no lying now, crazy lying person.
Like I said, it's easy. It's just a game after all.
Just a game.
Each and everything that happened in this world was just an event within the game. There's no way anything that occurred in the game could affect the real world.
So I think, and that has a reference to it.
What you're saying now is completely different from what you said before. You said whether or not it's a lie. The moment you feel something is real, it becomes real.
The game where you throw my words back at me is over, so you don't really have to worry about it.
Fine. I won't worry about it.
Hey!
Who fucking cares about logic? As long as everyone who died comes back to life, that's good enough.
I now believe the crazy liar unconditionally. Let's go.
But if we do not understand the principles behind it, then we do not even know if it is really possible.
Anything goes in this world. You've seen that happen so many times already, right?
Well, if a high school girl can get huge, then it's not crazy if the dead can come back to life, right?
If she's saying that's how she tampered with a computer program, how are we supposed to respond to that?
That's right. That's why you should finish this game and go back to living a normal life in the real world.
That doesn't sound sus at all.
If we go back, what do you get out of it? What benefit do you get by making us return to the real world? As long as we don't know what it is.
Man, so annoying. You're so petty. It's not like you're a housewife living on a tight budget. All I want is to put on this graduation performance in a more dramatic way. Well, if you doubt me, you don't have to go back. Is that what you want? Not to go back?
Oh, hold on a sec. We're obviously going to get out of here. If it'll bring our dead friends back, it's all we can do.
Having said they were behaving, Sky is now approaching in order to be a nuisance. And since Sky is approaching, Sherbet has to be nearby.
Of course! We've been working toward that goal for, like, forever!
Because we had that goal, we were able to endure those killings.
Plus everyone can go back together. So there's no reason to hesitate.
You are right. There is no way we can choose to stay here after all we've been through.
Just as expected from the winners of this killing school trip, your will to live is truly ultimate. Wonderful! That's just more reason for you to execute your role as devices.
Devices?
Okay, now let's stop stalling for time with exposition and hurry up and do it. Now then, why don't you guys just go ahead and answer with the touch panel that's in front of you? I'm gonna do it. I'm seriously gonna do it. If you don't hurry up, I'm seriously really gonna do it. You don't have to say, "Who are you talking to?" It doesn't concern a chump like you, Hajime.
Chump? Don't worry about it. Everything's gonna be over once we press this.
One of the mechanics of that they use in writing the characters in Danganronpa that is often so frustrating is the hard turn, like the 90-degree turns and U-turns that characters do with their critical thinking. Like, oh, this is really suspect. This is really weird. Well, if you listen to me, I'll give you a piece of candy. Oh, goddamn. Then I believe everything you've said. Unconditionally, I will fight these people.
So we just have to press graduate, right?
If we do that, we can go home, right?
I can go back. With this, I can finally go back. He's right. With this, we can finally go back. This will be the end. And our friends who died will be saved. That's way beyond what we expected. It's safe to say this is a good ending, right? What are you doing? Decided by majority vote, so just don't think about it and press graduate. Don't you want to go back home? I don't care if you want to stay here, but don't drag us into it. Okay, we can't hesitate. Oh, that's the repeat button. I don't like false choices, game. You better not start saying how we're better off staying here. Okay, you just gave me 3 choices, and then you're saying, hey, do you want A, B, or C? But not C, and not B. Well, now I'm curious, maybe. What happens if I keep defying them?
I got it! Don't press it! This is Junko's trap!
What the heck? That guy from earlier is back again!
It's not again. This time, it's the real one.
Real? I'm Makoto Naegi. Makoto Naegi of the Future Foundation.
This guy's the real Makoto? And this is the guy I spoke to?
I'm sorry I'm late. I actually wanted to come rescue you sooner, but thanks to the virus infecting the Neo World program, I wasn't able to enter.
Just when the chumps are in a pinch, he's suddenly able to enter for reasons unknown. And thus, the main character gallantly appears. So cool! I'm drooling! So much!
Did you also time my arrival? No, it doesn't matter. I'm going to save everyone, and then I'm going to settle this between us once and for all.
I'm drooling! I can't stop my leaking!
How were you able to get here, Makoto?
Now, I don't recall the frantic drooly one.
Since I used my tricks to hack into the program, he must have hacked in with his tricks too, right? That's also how you kept your memories, right? Even though you haven't aged a day, just like these guys.
If I hadn't, then I wouldn't have been able to save everyone.
Don't you understand? It doesn't matter how you got here. As long as you're here, you'll be treated like one of my students. Which means you must respect my authority.
I already know the risks of being here.
Ugh, you always had such reckless hope. I love you so much that you disgust me.
Hey, just what do you mean by trap? What is Junko's trap?
It doesn't matter. We can finally end this, you know? If we get out of here, it'll all resolve itself peacefully.
I mean, this is her trap? What do you mean? It doesn't matter if it's a trap. It entirely matters.
After all this, I can't let you get in the way.
The fact that you guys are even thinking like that is Junko's trap.
Huh?
Okay, so the second time they said it to him, he's like, it actually penetrated that time.
She's lying to you about your dead friends coming back to life.
Oh, little old me?
Who do we trust?
If you knew Junko's true goal, you'd know she's lying.
You know her goal?
Yeah. Junko's goal is to convert the Hope Restoration Program to the Despair Restoration Program.
Oh, so cheesy.
The Despair Restoration Program?
As part of the graduation program, your avatar's memory and consciousness is uploaded into your real body. However, none of us expected that any of the avatars would get deleted. Junko has taken advantage of that opportunity. She intends to use her version of Alter Ego, the AI she stole my friend's skill to create. and upload herself into the bodies of everyone whose avatar was deleted.
This is the secret plan. That's kind of neat.
What?
Then everyone who died isn't gonna come back to life.
They're gonna be taken over by Junko?
What the fuck?
Like the real world, once an avatar is deleted from this virtual world, it can't be recovered. It's actually impossible to revive them.
That doesn't mean I was lying, you know? I just didn't make some things clear. And even if they're overwritten by my alter ego, it doesn't mean they'll be a completely different person. The data of everyone who died is stored within me, so I'm sure I can convincingly act out their personalities.
Don't mess with me.
In fact, I have a lot of data on Fuyuhiko, so I know some things that'll make you happy. I can play a version of Peko that's more to your liking than she ever was.
I said, don't fucking mess with me!
Operation Junkify All Mankind begins here!
Junkofy.
After uploading my alter ego into everyone who died, I'm gonna take over the Future Foundation's headquarters. And then, eventually, there's gonna be a whole lot of me's all over the world!
And again, let's remember the machine that is running this virtual world is supposed to be air-gapped. It's completely separate of all networks. So if this upload doesn't happen, like if she doesn't get an autonomous body out of this, what was plan B?
With this, my despair utopia, where you can despair as you please, Junko Land, will be complete! That's Operation Junkify All Mankind in a nutshell. Oh yeah! Our dreams are expanding and...
It's also a questionable attempt. I mean, if you look at it as she was doing it to provoke him, to make him angry, then yeah, excellent option. If she had any hope that it would actually work, she'd have to be an idiot. Because she has a lot of data on him.
That messed up plan is your goal?
Then why didn't you just kill all of us? If you did, you could have taken over all of our bodies. Wouldn't that have been more convenient for you?
Is that what you want me to do? Is it still too late to do that?
No. There's a reason Junko couldn't do that. That's why she made you guys kill each other.
The reason she wasn't able to do that, was it because there was something she didn't do?
I see.
It's against the rules. She has...
Got it. It's because of the school trip's rules.
So this was one of the things that was, like, good. At least as far as the narrative is concerned. It's... when Monokuma appeared for the first time, Monokuma, like, seized control from Usami. By what they said, is that was essentially Junko's program seizing control of the observer. The primary observer, what amounted to the school chaperone character. That is the portion of the program that essentially ran the game. But that program was hard set and wasn't able to break some of the rules. One of those rules, it could define a lot of them. It could change a lot of things, but there were some parts that the observer could not touch. And one of those things was the graduation process. Like, by taking that role, or by using that role to let them infect the system the way they did, to change the way the game worked, they were also constrained by the fact that they couldn't change some of those rules. It's weird that the you can murder each other wasn't also hard baked into the process, but you know, whatever, the game had to happen. Exactly, casemate. Given that the whole goal of the game was at the outset, everybody make friends, and once you've all made friends with each other, then you can leave and everybody will be happy. Seems kind of weird that killing each other was even an option in the system. Like you'd expect physics would have been subverted by the system. You know, the water's breathable, the ground is bouncy.
Even a monster like her has to follow the rules of the school trip?
Junko usurped Usami's authority as an observer, and her role as your teacher.
It's one of those fun things when you can tell that the people who are writing it either willfully disregarded some aspects of their world building, or were completely ignorant of the implications of what they've done. Yep. We have a bunch of horrific murderers we'd like to reform, and we're going to put them through a system that is designed by the best programmers and the best, like, psychotherapists in the history of the world. They explicitly said that. Chihiro from the first one, and supposedly the ultimate neurologist and the ultimate therapist were involved in the creation of this VR setting. And that group of people sat down and said, okay, but how are we going to simulate murder? Because we need to make sure that that's in there. That's the only way that they'll recover from their propensity to be horrible murderers, is if they're able to murder in this VR simulation. I guess maybe they thought they might have to get it out of their system. You know, before you can begin the rehabilitation process from being genocidal maniacs, we're going to have to get you to have... We're going to have to let you get all of the genocide out of your system. Just go wild for a little bit.
However, according to the rules of the school trip, even Usami had to follow them. That's why when Junko took over her position, she had no choice but to follow the rules as well.
Except all those times that she broke the rules and had to be corrected by Monomi.
So, the rules were protecting us?
Man, I was so annoyed. I had the authority to add rules, but no authority to delete rules. Oh well, even if I could have deleted rules, I was still busy with my whole taking over your bodies plan.
So you made us kill each other, because you couldn't kill us yourself.
Then, is that how you were able to increase the number of bodies you can take over?
No. Let's think back for a moment. You had us kill each other because you couldn't kill us yourself. You trapped them in the funhouse and you stopped giving them food. That seems like you can kill them.
Like I said, I personally didn't care about the outcome of the killings.
How dare you look down on us? Don't fuck with me. What about our lives?
Chump change.
I won't forgive you. I will never, ever
fucking forgive you!
So that's your trap. You try to make us choose graduate, so you can take over everyone's body with the graduation program.
How can you be so cruel?
Because Junko Enoshima is the true ultimate despair. She doesn't yearn for any kind of future at all. She fills every person she meets with despair.
I feel like the true ultimate despair part was kind of irrelevant because they already deemed she is the ultimate despair. Like, there is no... There was no competition for the title.
That's my Makoto. You understand me so well. For me, despair is not a goal or a set of principles, or a lifestyle, or even an instinct. It's what defines me as Junko Enoshima. It's just my characterization. That's why I'm able to pursue despair with such purity.
So you're saying you only exist to fill people with despair?
For example, want to hear about a beautiful memory that even I, who gets bored easily, still remember fondly? Picture thousands of fools who are madly in love with me, dying one by one like insects doused with bug spray. And the best part is, they did it to themselves, you know?
Thousands of humans falling like dominoes. Oh, that memory is so beautiful. It made my brain melt.
Yeah, about that. Does that story have a happy ending?
I see! Are you talking about the reserve course's mass suicide?
It's the... You get a lot of systems design that are centered around the idea of we want to make these things possible, as opposed to what are the only capabilities that we will give people. There are two very different routes. Like, if you say the only thing that we're going to make possible is that they walk, then they can only walk. But if you say, well, we want walking to be a feature, then you've just ensured that walking will be in the system, but you haven't ensured that only walking is in the system. So one of the stories from the trenches in like game development is Ultima Online's ecosystem development. So before its release, Ultima Online actually was designed with a very complicated ecosystem built into it. So, you know, the herbivores would eat the plants, the plants would grow, herbivores would eat the plants, predators would eat the herbivores, those kind of things. They actually had a full life cycle built into it. And so they're like, we want to have this feature in the game. We want this ecosystem to be in the game. And then they put players in there. And so the players picked all the plants. They killed all the deer. In fact, they killed just about everything within reach of any of the major cities. Just completely strip-mined the world. Out to just about as far as where the dragons lived, which no longer had herds of animals to eat. So the dragons had to fly down to the towns and eat people. And so they had to remove the ecosystem simulation. It's the... You have to very rigorously design how the system can work, or how the system will work. Exactly how it will work. and make it so that that's the only way that it can work. Because if you let any sort of wiggle room in there, and then you put humans in the system, then everything that is not expressly stipulated as impossible is going to happen. Talking about the reserve course's mass suicide?
Of the reserve course. By the way, I'm so sorry for your loss.
Mass suicide? What's she talking about?
An incident where 2,357 people from the reserve course all killed themselves. Junko probably made them do it.
Secondary little piece of data that they give you in that is that the reserve course had at least 2,357 people in it. And the students of the reserve course, based on what they've described, lived on campus. It wouldn't be very restrictive, casemate. They could go in and say, like, you expressly cannot die. Like, that is explicitly not possible in the system.
$2,357 people? That's an outrageous number.
Yes, it is, Fuyo
You
Hiko.
don't have to be that surprised. You all look like your parents, friends, and lovers all died at once. That was so rude of me. There's no way you guys even have meaningful relationships like that anymore.
Ouch.
I mean, you're all ultimate despair. You guys have already eaten your fill of despair.
I do not really know what you are trying to say.
Junko robs the futures of everyone she interacts with. You ultimate despairs are among her many victims.
If someone like me is born, that means the world is yearning for despair.
That's wrong. The world isn't yearning for despair. That's the reason we can't let you escape.
But if you do that, you guys won't be able to return to the real world, right?
Huh? If we choose graduate to get out of here, the graduation program will activate, right?
If that happens, Junko's alter ego will be uploaded into the bodies of the dead.
Does that mean we gotta stay here to keep her from getting out?
What the heck? Why does it have to be like that?
It's such a cruel fate for you guys. But it's awfully convenient for the Future Foundation. They'll be able to keep all the ultimate despairs, including me, trapped in this game forever.
Wrong! That's not it!
But ultimate despair is hated worldwide, and their lives are no doubt targeted by the Future Foundation. Oh well, if you don't want to acknowledge that, I guess it just can't be helped. Can't be helped. LOL.
I appreciate that she said LOL and not LOL.
This is nothing to LOL about.
But it's so ironic. You came all the way here just to find out that graduating is the wrong choice. Even though you came all this way to win the game. Even though you kept sacrificing your friends to win.
The goal you guys squirmed to reach was wrong all along. Isn't that just so fucking tragic?
Stop it!
It was all a mistake. Was it really just a mistake? Was it a mistake to think we'd go home alive all along? What about the killings in the class trials? Was this just a meaningless killing game where the ultimate despairs killed each other off? This is just too...
There is a way you guys can get out of here, without letting Junko out.
You know, that thing that I expressly told you about. Huh?
Oh no, there's no way such a convenient... There is? Really? Well, that's the first I've heard of it.
Or she's heard of it. Then it's a way that even Junko doesn't know about, right? It might be that.
I see! Are you talking about the shutdown sequence?
That thing that I conveniently forgot about for the entirety of this process?
Shutdown sequence? What is that?
It's a hidden command I set up in the Neo World program.
Hidden command?
Basically, I never believed the Neo World program was a perfect solution. There was always a possibility that Usami's hope might have made things even worse for you guys. So I prepared a way to shut down the program in case of emergencies.
As I recall, you said it was a command that not even the teacher can stop.
And that means even Junko can't stop it.
Dear me, I have an unfortunate announcement to make, class. You cannot activate the shutdown.
I like how it was, well, I hid a secret software command in the program. So, not an external console or just a button. Because it seems like a big red emergency bailout button would be kind of useful. Like, in case the people inside the simulation started violently murdering each other. Circumstances like that might be good to have a stop the program button.
You know about it?
More importantly, do you know why? Do you know why you can't activate the shutdown?
I think it said something like you need at like some portion of the people remaining.
I see! Because there's not enough people?
Ah, okay. When they got to the end, like when there were 5 people left, Monokuma made a point of saying like now there's like that's the right number of people. And it's once there were only 5 people remaining, then the shutdown could not be invoked, is I'm guessing what's going to be called out here.
Pay attention, class. According to my information, in order to initiate the shutdown, out of 15 people, more than half of them must press graduate and repeat at the same time. Am I correct?
However, out of 15 people, including Makoto, there are only 6 people here.
Even if you want to cheat, I won't let ya. The shutdown sequence won't activate unless it knows that different people initiated it.
So it's totally impossible.
I don't think you thought this emergency system through very well.
You totally saw through that supposedly hidden command?
Because they needed another shocking reveal, case mate. At this point, the only dialogue that is allowed, aside from reactions to shocking reveals, is the stating of shocking reveals.
No need to worry. Even I knew we couldn't activate the shutdown.
You still came here when you knew we had no chance of winning?
It's not that we have no chance of winning. The only reason I'm here is because there is a chance.
Yeah, Junko is like a less likable Ibuki. Like, Nagito was a terrible person, but a very nice character as far as narrative was concerned. So, he was useful to have for the story. Ibuki was fun as a person. She wasn't useful for the story, but she wasn't a detriment to it. It's the same reason that Hajime can never remember the critical piece of evidence, even if it was just given to him.
Then try explaining it to us. What is this chance of winning of which you speak?
I believe...
What? I can't hear you. You gotta speak up since you're so puny.
I believe in them. I believe they will definitely come.
Them?
That's not something you need to take your time saying.
Believe. Try putting yourself in our shoes before you drag us into situations like this.
Kyoko! Byakuya! I knew you guys would come!
We'd be better
Kyoko
off
and
leaving behind
Byakuya.
someone who jumps to conclusions without listening to our warnings.
I'm sorry.
Even though it took some time for 2 people to enter the program simultaneously, it appears we made it.
Hey, what's going on? Why are there more people again?
How exciting! I haven't seen these faces in ages. It's like opening your high school yearbook 10 years later.
I must say, now that I'm seeing her up close, she's much bigger than I remembered.
What? What kind of man isn't excited by big women? Once you gain some more experience, you'll understand. There's a lot of kinky things you can do with big girls.
Shut up.
Byakuya! You're alive! But you're so skinny now. I feel so bad for you.
You shut up too.
Are you two also from the Future Foundation?
No, it's probably not just that.
The 6 of you joined the Future Foundation because you agreed with our ideals, right? Yep. You know, Byakuya's "you shut up too" could actually be used to expedite a great deal of this game.
You guys are the survivors of the killing school life who previously defeated Junko, right?
Yeah, that's right. There's 3 of them here now?
The former heroes plunging themselves into the game world, ignoring all danger. Jeez, stupids! Making such a suicidal move. Did you really want to see me that badly?
It can't be helped. In order to stop you, that suicidal move was our only choice.
So how about it? There are 8 people now. We have enough to activate the shutdown sequence.
Why are you crying?
You guys showed up looking all cool and stuff, and now all the ultimate despairs. They'll be treated like even bigger chumps.
Chump, you said it again!
Just ignore her. As long as we activate the shutdown sequence, it'll be the end of her in this messed up world.
End of this messed up world?
Can I ask you something? If we do shut down the program, what will happen to us?
No need to worry. We won't let you get hurt.
That was an evasive answer.
It's not just that. We want a more detailed explanation.
If you shut down the Neo World program, everything within the program will be deleted. It will obviously delete Alter Ego Junko, along with your avatars here.
So you're saying we're going to be deleted too?
It doesn't mean you'll be deleted. The program will just finish without completing the graduation program.
What does that mean for us?
Your avatars will not upload.
so you will revert to your original state before you entered the program.
Huh?
Is there a reason to tell them all that?
They have to know everything, or else they won't agree to do it.
Hold on a second. If we go back to our original selves before we entered the program...
We're going to revert back to our original selves.
I see!
Does that mean we'll go back to being Ultimate Despair?
Yeah, it's the, all of you here will die.
That's right. Back to being hopelessly controlled by me. When you used to feel despair upon despair.
But, of course, they're going to, howl and gnash teeth about turning into the ultimate despairs again, as opposed to, you will cease to be.
No!
Are you fucking serious? Can't you do anything about it?
Because not only are we talking about the ultimate despairs as as these individuals that were committing atrocities after the tragedy existed, but also individuals that had about 2 or 3 years of experience in the school before the tragedy began. So these are going to be potentially substantially different personalities, even before accounting for, all the murder.
I understand your concern, but this is the only way to stop Junko.
It might be a painful decision, but I know you guys will be able to overcome it. That's why, in order to defeat despair, I want you guys to fight alongside us.
We still have to fight? I thought we finally reached the end!
Don't worry. Once you get out, we will do our best to support you.
Or, second thought, alternative, load them into the system in the same way you did, then immediately graduate them. It's the lack of an avatar is what Junko is banking on. Is if there is if all of the avatars are removed, she'll take over the bodies. So all of the dead people are, if the graduation happens, all of the dead people become Junko clones. I mean, if they really wanted to ensure that Junko was defeated, 100%, they just need to wail on the machine. Like, just start smashing computer equipment. Oh, yes, yeah. Just destroy the machine. She can't get out of the machine without a body. Like, there's any number of ways to stop her.
But I thought the Future Foundation wanted to kill every last ultimate despair.
Must be immediately eliminated once they are discovered.
When you say support, do you mean I'll make sure you don't suffer when I kill you, or...?
Junko asking the real questions.
Of course not. We would never allow that to happen.
It's gonna be all right. Your real bodies have just been brainwashed.
They've been brainwashed, but in an evil way, not like how we were doing it right here. Completely different. It's bad when they do it. When we do it, it's good and noble.
That's why I'm pretty sure you'll quickly revert back to the state you're in right now.
Can you stop saying cheesy stuff like brainwashed? Washing your brain is, like, really nasty.
But still, even if our brainwashing is undone, the memories we've made up till now will be erased, right?
Does that mean we'll completely forget everything we did on this island? I don't want that.
I mean, you probably do. There are some executions that will probably haunt you for the rest of your life. That it would be probably good to unsee. Looking at it a different way, Akane wants to remember that stuff, and that makes her a horrible person.
It doesn't matter what you want. That's the reality. Every meaningless thing that happened here will vanish from your minds.
Meaningless? Vanish? Does that include her, too? If we lose our memories of this world, we're also going to forget she ever existed, right? If that happens, does that really mean that she... Stop, just use names. An existence confined to this world is really going to disappear. She risked her life to protect us, and we won't even remember she existed.
That'll go back to normal. If you've lost a limb, like Nagito, it'll still be gone when...
Please stop!
Going back to reality in that condition, that's like a bad joke.
We're not joking. That is your past. Nobody can escape their past.
We don't know anything about that past!
Hey, why did we become ultimate despair in the first place?
I asked the same thing in the real world, but nobody would give me an answer.
It seems my teachings were quite thorough. However, if you ask me...
People who cling to stuff like hope, talent, or admiration are truly the weakest.
The kickoff point for the tragedy or the kind of ultimate despair uprising was supposedly this kind of super individual going bonkers and killing off the student council or something like that.
Huh?
And then Hope's Peak tried to cover it up.
Guys who desperately want to reach the top. They don't think about what'll happen when they're pushed off. They're probably too concerned with having a really nice view while they condescend to others. Shoving off guys like that is so easy. I happen to know 17,082 ways to do that. The point is, the moment you cling to talent and hope, despair has already set in.
That's not even an explanation.
Then, what if you think about it like this? It turns out that you guys being ultimate despair was just part of the game world. And in truth, those guys from the Future Foundation might be part of the game world too. They're simply side characters of the game world whose role is to offer hopeless hope to you guys. Well, after saying all that, I don't even know what's real and what's a game anymore.
Are you kidding around?
Enough! My patience is wearing thin. Let's hurry and start the shutdown sequence already.
Before you do that, we gotta do some reviewing. When you guys activate the shutdown, you'll revert back to when you were known as Ultimate Despair. And your dead friends will never be revived. And the embodiment of despair, aka me, will be erased, thereby preserving hope in the real world.
So, we're not there yet. We still have so very many convolutions to go through, I expect. but we have to get to the point where they're going to allow the re-upload to happen, and they're going to extract the memories of the dead people from AI Junko, since she has asserted she still has their data. Like, expressly, she has, like, their full image. She could mimic them. So there's some BS shenanigans that must still happen.
Now then, will the Hope of the Future Foundation win? Or will my despair win?
Alright! Things are starting to heat up!
This isn't a game, you know.
Au contraire, this is a game. The game of hope and despair that started with your killing school life. That explains why these chumps who weren't around last time have been reduced to mere side characters.
You mean the pre-80s anime face?
You called us chumps again!
Only 'cause it's true! Most importantly, the killing school trip wasn't just for your sake.
Huh?
There was a more important goal there. The goal of luring a specific group of people. Since now's a great time, why don't we make that the question?
Question?
As long as we're in the game world, the rules say I gotta ask questions every now and then. So, question. Who did I lure and how did I do it? The hint is, I get bored easily, so the same outcome as the killing school life would be a pain in the ass. Okie dokie, let's all think about it together.
Same outcome as the killing school life. Do I just have to remember what occurred there? Try connecting those dots. There should be an answer there. Is it gonna... We just answer the question. Like, I like the questions that it asks, but the little snowboarding thing I can do without. Like, the medium through which the questions are conveyed is meh. Oh, Sammy. Bonk. Bonk. Oh. Didn't see if this was the correct answer, so we're going to try it again. No, it's blue. Yeah, I don't know why they chose snowboarding as the, I mean, was there a popular snowboarding game that was released about the same time as this game? The surveillance caramel. When you can tell that they didn't have 3 full questions to ask. They had to come up with a mini game that would be popular with the youth.
It's all coming together. Got it. You used the surveillance cameras. You were trying to lure the Future Foundation by showing them the footage you were recording, weren't you?
They're surveillance cameras? That's what they were being used for?
In the previous Killing School life, the surveillance camera footage was broadcast outside of the school. You used the cameras that were placed throughout the entire island for the same purpose.
So, the presence of the cameras was it was established as something that Usami was going to use as well. That was just a function of the cameras. That's what they were for, not that Junko corrupted it or set them up.
Ding ding ding! I was broadcasting the Killing School trip live to every member of the Future Foundation.
The footage you recorded with the surveillance cameras was shown to the Future Foundation?
Do they mean as a whole? Because if it's as a whole, that's not possible. Because the Neo World program is not part of any network.
What shall I do? I did a lot of disgraceful things in front of those cameras.
Oh, Sonya.
You sure did.
Wow.
I will never be queen now. Please forget what you saw.
So you guys were watching us? Then why didn't you come rescue us earlier?
We tried to hack in many times, but the virus within the program blocked us at every turn.
Not only that, the Neo World program stopped accepting shutdown commands from the outside. As a last resort, we considered cutting power to the program, but...
We didn't know what would happen to the subjects if we cut the power while the program was still running.
Just remember, the ultimate programmer helped write this. And nowhere was there any indication of what would happen if the program stopped running. Like, were they concerned? Did they see a warning at the beginning that was like, you know, hey, don't interrupt the power when the save logo is going, and the save logo is just non-stop?
There's no way we'd jeopardize your safety by taking such a gamble.
Even so, we kept trying over and over again, until it was finally possible for us to enter the program just a short time ago.
And you came all the way here when you knew it was a trap. I get it. You couldn't just leave them alone. If you saw people dying one by one with your own eyes by the same killing game you guys played, hope dictates that you act all high and mighty and say, "Oh, I'm definitely gonna stop it this time, right?"
Hey, don't tell me that's the reason you made us go through all this.
Of course we made you do it for that reason. We orchestrated this game instead of killing you outright, solely to show it off to the Future Foundation.
Your deaths were largely meaningless.
We were forced to solve puzzles and riddles just so you could show it off to the Future Foundation?
No, 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 no. No. I was forced to solve puzzles and riddles. You were there to be obnoxious and interfere on a regular basis.
That's why you guys are chumps. You're just the bait I used to catch a big fish called the Future Foundation. But it's not my fault, you know. This game is a fight between the Future Foundation and me. You guys were just instigators in the background. But you guys already knew that when you chose to play this game, right?
Just 1 second, please! That sounds as though we...
As though we wanted to come to this world of our own free will.
But that's precisely the truth.
You guys chose to be instigators, and you were willingly taken into the Neo World program. To provide the opportunity I needed to push this battle between hope and despair into overtime. That's right. The reason the ultimate despairs began killing each other was set up by the group itself.
That's just your imagination.
Naive Makoto totally fell for the trap. Oh, and now your face is filled with a lovely shade of despair.
She is using the wrong picture for her voice there.
Whoa, that despair is fucking obvious. You're here to rescue the assholes who set this up in the first place.
Don't go blaming us for this.
Thank you. It's all thanks to you guys. This time around, I might be able to fill these guys with despair.
We do not feel despair. Even if this was all a trap, we will never regret coming here.
I mean, it would go one of two ways, wouldn't it, casemate? It would either be you have left yourself in a very compromised position as far as potentially being murdered by genocide. Alternately, Byakuya has left himself in a terribly compromised position by leaving Toko there.
And this is the only thing we could do to stop you.
He'll come out of his pod and it will be completely submerged in drool.
But nevertheless, it's all over. We will shut you down and end all of this.
You're pretty fucking desperate. Oh, that's pretty fucking obvious. If you don't initiate the shutdown, those Future Foundation fuckwits are gonna be trapped here forever.
Trapped? Why would that happen?
Didn't I already explain it? You know, the graduation exam rule?
Two options: graduate and repeat. Just have to choose one of them and press it. All of you will cast your vote, and whichever one has the majority will be considered your final decision.
But that's not all, right? In order to pass the graduation exam, there was one more requirement.
I see.
As I recall, we also need the teacher's final decision.
You need my permission as your acting teacher. So this is, unless the reset happens, Junko won't accept it. Well, won't accept it for them.
Obviously, there's no way I'd let the members of the Future Foundation graduate. So if you can't activate the shutdown, the Foundation will enter the endless life of repeating the grade.
That's only if the shutdown sequence doesn't activate, right?
But that's impossible. Everyone here understands how dangerous it is to release you into the real world.
We know that all too well.
I've seen that they've got a, for Power Wash maybe, I've seen that they've got SpongeBob levels. I saw that they added some additional levels related to the core game. And I don't know if it's out yet or if they're still just planning it, but there was going to be some Warhammer 40k levels.
I mean, she's been bad-mouthing us this whole time.
Oh. Looks like you shouldn't have talked so much. Out of the mouth comes evil, so they say.
It's true that we fell for this trap, and that we run the risk of not being able to go back. But what's wrong with that? Thinking we'd back down because of something like that is a huge mistake.
So supposedly in Power Wash for the they changed the character model in similar for to be SpongeBob relevant. I kind of feel like it should be mandatory that they change the appearance of the cleaner to look like AdMech, if it's going to work that way. I feel like that's required. Well, you could make it kind of universal. Maybe all you have to do is say that there's two different modes. In one of the modes, your pressure washer just sprays Nuln Oil. In the other mode, it sprays Agrax Earthshade. That covers every form of painting in 40k. You want to be fancy, you do a little bit of both.
That's my line. Thinking your little shutdown plan will succeed is a huge mistake.
Huh?
You're totally overestimating those chumps over there. There's no way they'll start the shutdown sequence.
I think a pressure washer would be appropriate, maybe. That's why Earthshade and Nuln Oil for a while came in those double-sized pots.
Why not?
Look upon their faces.
They look like piglets who were forced to watch their mom roasting on a spit. There's no fucking way they'll initiate the shutdown just to go back to being ultimate despair.
That is... well...
That would be kind of amusing if periodically you did have to stop and repair the power washer. Bonus points if at the end of power washing something you had to walk up and slap a purity seal on it. I mean, you wouldn't have necessarily checked that the seals were airtight yet, but you know.
Junko, I don't care what you say. I've decided to believe in everyone.
Yeah, it wouldn't be water, maybe. It would be sacred unguents.
It's true that they walked the wrong path before.
Unguents.
But that's all in the past now. What I believe in is not their past, but their futures.
I was totally waiting for a protagonistic line like that. When I crush you with despair, such ecstasy.
No matter what you do to me, I will never fall into despair.
Wrong. I'm not the one who's gonna make you fall into despair. That's the Mastermind's job, and they'll be appearing very soon.
Mastermind?
Oh, here comes our next layer of convolution.
Mastermind? Someone else is coming?
That can't be. It's just a bluff.
You should never make the last character who appears in a detective story turn out to be the mastermind. But I always fall into that pattern, so I was kind of worried about that.
Enough already. What are you talking about?
Oh well. Let's bring him out with lots of energy. It's Mr. Izuru Kamakura!
Oh, well, okay. At least this little bit of convolution makes sense.
Kamakura?
So tall he was. A dark deva of destruction.
I see! Izuru Kamakura. Isn't that the name of the founder of Hope's Peak Academy? It was written on the placard beneath the portrait of the Academy's founder. That name. It was definitely Izuru Kamakura, right?
However, based on the information I know, the man known as Izuru Kamakura...
If I recall, he's a super genius who acquired many talents. He was even called the Ultimate Hope, right?
Does the founder have the same name as that Ultimate Hope guy?
Is that kind of coincidence even possible?
The Future Foundation might know something, right?
How about it, Kyoko?
Even within Hope's Peak Academy, there's very little information about a person called Izuru Kamakura. It's a mystery if such a person ever really existed. And not just that, the matter was closed without ever being settled because of that incident.
If you do not know, then please allow me. Providing hopelessly skilled explanations is a quirk of mine. The reason Izuru's existence continues to be such a mystery is because the Academy hid it.
Why did the Academy hide his existence?
If I recall, they were trying to protect their superior talent. They even called it mankind's hope, correct?
However, that prodigious student ended up killing 13 student council members at Hope's Peak Academy. Izuru is the killer responsible for Hope's Peak Academy's biggest, most awful event.
And you're the one who set it up, right?
Information about Izuru completely vanished after that incident.
We thought Junko and Ashima killed them? Oh, don't say such cruel things. Izuru Kamakura is very much alive. Isn't that right, Hajime?
What? I am... what?
Like I said, you're Izuru Kamakura.
Then that's a meaningless twist.
Huh?
Alrighty? If you don't understand, I'll explain it to you till you do understand.
You're Izuru Kamakura, you're Izuru Kamakura, you're Izuru Kamakura, you're Izuru Kamakura, you're...
Hold on! Seriously, what are you talking about?
This is identical to, and just as meaningful as, the "you guys are the ultimate despair" reveal.
Liar! There's no way! There's no way Hajime is Izuru Kamakura!
Izuru is that ultimate hope, right? But Hajime is...
That's right. Hajime is one of those reserve course dropouts and has no talent whatsoever. But the fact that he's really Izuru Kamakura makes all this much more hopeless.
Now let's see what they...
Good news, Hajime! Even though you were mocked for being a reserve course student, he had a talent all along! Ultimate hope!
How can someone from the reserve course have such an amazing talent like that?
In order to hide Izuru's identity. Was he hidden in the reserve course?
Then Hajime's name is fake?
There's no doubt I'm Hajime Hinata! I've always had that name ever since I was born!
Then Izuru is your fake name?
Hey, you weren't lying to us, right?
I do not want any more last-minute plot twists.
Could it be created hope? That might be Izuru.
Kitty check here. And they have mostly scattered. Night vision mode. Let's see. Current me and Izuru Kamakura. Did Hope's Peak Academy do to me?
Good news, Hajime! Even though you were mocked for being a reserve course student, he had a talent all along.
List of subjects is after the fact.
How can someone from the reserve course...
Yeah, it's like, oh, he was the founder of the... It's like, oh, he was the founder, but the school is really old.
have such an amazing talent like that?
In order to hide Izuru's identity. Was he hidden in the reserve course?
Then Hajime's name is fake?
There's no doubt I'm Hajime Hinata! I've always had that name ever since I was born!
Then Izuru is your fake name?
Hey, you weren't lying to us, right?
I do not want any more last-minute plot twists.
Could it be created hope? That might be Izuru.
We'll get back to this in just a moment. Take a quick break. Resituated.
Good news, Hajime! Even though you were mocked for being a reserve corps student, he had a talent all—
How can someone have such an amazing—
In order to hide it, was he hidden in the—
Then Hajime's—
There's no doubt I've always had that name ever since I was born!
Then Izuru is your fake name?
Hey, you weren't lying to us, right?
I do not want any more last-minute plot twists.
Could it be created hope?
That must be it!
I don't see how this changes the scenario, but hey.
Created hope. Are you talking about the hope cultivation plan?
I had to put some food out for the kitties, so their positions have changed.
Hope Cultivation Plan. What is that?
A while back, I saw a file kept by the Future Foundation. For many years, Hope's Peak Academy was researching a breakthrough plan, to cultivate personal talent.
I mean, it makes sense to cast doubt on him, but how is this worse than the doubt of you're all despair remnants and are going to be evil again after this comes out, after the end of this? So like, you're all evil and you plotted this. Oh. But, you know, especially you're extra evil and you extra plotted this. Oh.
It's true, it was a breakthrough plan. After all, it was a plan to create the perfect genius.
Create? For the longest time, the Hope Cultivation Plan was the earnest wish of Hope's Peak Academy. In fact, that's why the Academy was established. Part of that plan was researching the talents of Ultimates. Because the plan was so important, they adopted the name of the Academy's founder and called it the Izuru Kamakura Project.
Izuru Kamakura Project?
Just a little while ago, they were finally able to reach the experimental stage of that plan. From there, they set their sights on the reserve course dropouts to use them as lab rats.
Why did they use the reserve course as lab rats?
A plan to create talent artificially requires test subjects that are wholly lacking in talent. From that group of reserve course students, the one who was finally chosen was Hajime, who stands before you now.
The least talented.
Why me?
Because you admired Hope's Peak Academy more than anybody else.
Huh?
You still don't get it? You were used by the Academy. They exploited your feelings of admiration toward hope and talent just to use you as a lab rat.
What?
See? Didn't I tell you? The moment you cling to talent and hope, despair has already set in.
Lies. That's definitely a lie.
And after many surprises, Hajime Hinata was transformed into Izuru 1.0!
Did you say transformed?
What did they do to him?
Unless you're willing to go to extremes, it's impossible to change a normal person into a perfect genius. So naturally, they went to extremes.
As you do.
By directly interfering with his brain, Hope's Peak Academy transformed Hajime Hinata.
So, some of the diagrams they're showing have the look of lobotomy diagrams. The insert in and wiggle kind of looks. Primarily that lower left one there.
Into a completely different person whose specialty is talent itself, known as Izuru Kamakura.
Even the right side diagram, the positioning of the doodads.
Eventually, Izuru became an ultimate despair, thanks to me. But all I did to Izuru was simply break his spirit.
Oh, is that all?
That's nothing compared to what Hope's Peak Academy did to him. Not even close.
But, you know, the thing you did seems to have been the thing that turned him into a maniac. Just... I feel like you're diminishing your contribution.
Seriously, it's scary how determined the researchers were to mess with the human brain that much. Doing such inhumane acts that nobody else is capable of with such a calm mind and a steady hand. I admire it so much, it makes my mind numb. By the way, you're just a simple avatar right now, so even if you touch your head, you won't feel the scar.
Did they really do something like that?
But if you think about it, If Hajime gets out of here, he's gonna be a super genius, right?
Like I said, he's not Hajime. He's a completely different person whose specialty is talent itself.
Different person? How is he different?
We have circled so far back around. He's different because he has all of the memories that happen subsequently, which include memories of apparently horrible brain experiments.
All of his senses, emotions, thoughts, and hobbies that interfere with acquiring talent have been excised.
But wait. All of his senses, emotions, thoughts, hobbies that interfere with acquiring talent have been excised. What about his memories? Because if they messed with his brain sufficiently to change all of that stuff, then it's almost certain that they messed with memories. So how is this Hajime present?
Huh? All of his memories of the past have been forcefully suppressed into the darkest recesses of his mind.
Maybe someday. Maybe someday we'll break free of the narrative spiral.
Huh? Emotions, thoughts, hobbies? He doesn't even have a memory?
He clearly does because he's right there.
It sounds like he is a completely different person.
So that's why it's so surprising that Hajime even exists here at all, even if he's just an avatar. The Neo World program must have dug up those memories and rebuilt his old personality from data from the past.
I cannot help but feel impressed that the Neo World program was able to accomplish such a feat.
That's going to be the next layer of twists, Tass. Is they're going to go one further step of meta. It wasn't Junko Enoshima at all. It was actually the writers who are the ultimate despair.
But as for Hajime, he probably would have been better off if he stayed erased.
Then, when Hajime returns to his original state after the shutdown,
he'll disappear.
Just like all of you.
Disappear?
Because the people that got into the pods were horrible genocidal monsters. You don't seem to be.
All that will remain is Izuru Kamakura, an entirely different personality created by Hope's Peak Academy. He will no longer be Hajime Hinata.
Nothing has changed. Oh, now he's going to have some sort of existential crisis, and it's going to take us a while to recover from it. Go ahead and breathe into this paper bag, Hajime. Wow. So, we can see two side effects of the crazy genius process that are pretty noticeable. One of them is that he got bright red eyes, which is kind of cool. Second is that he got super long, silky, full-bodied hair. Just like, they could just give up on that whole talent program and get into the hair care business, because they'd be making money. People would seriously, line up for quite a ways to have their brains stirred around if it would give them hair like that, I bet. No matter what happens, it's of no concern to me. I will not be able to participate in what lies ahead. Really? I don't really understand, but... he still seems to have Hajime's hair color. It's that sort of, non-distinct brown. I'm sure you could get fancy contact lenses. It could be like a package deal. You know, you go in, they take the egg beater to your brain, it gives you the super cool hair and eyes, and then they deliver you right over to the designer contact lens place for the package deal. There's no reason to meet again. After all, you are boring. Your talent, your thoughts, your entire existence is boring to me. Really don't play along, do you? Scream.
Hajime? Was that me? No, that's not me!
That's what you are. That's who Izuru Kamakura is. You're the one who brought me into this world. You're Izuru Kamakura, the mastermind behind all of this. Huh?
Could it be? The one who uploaded you into the Neo World program was...
It's not me!
Just so you know, as long as your brain has been messed with, you can't undo it no matter how hard you try.
Then...
Have no way to be saved, you say? But you already know what you must do.
I mean, maybe that's where he hid the USB stick that contained the entire, like, super neural network that would be required to power an AI like Junko. Is he actually had it in his hair. Like a whole server rack in there with a USB cord, you know? Ah, come on.
I see. I just need to choose graduate then.
Huh? In that case, the Hajime avatar will be uploaded into his real body. So, Hajime will be safely reborn. Truly a royal road to a hopeless happy ending.
But that contradicts what she just said. His brain has been messed with. So, uploading the happy new memories means that they're going to be happy new memories inserted into whatever they did to his brain. And she explicitly called out, you can't undo that.
If you do that, everyone who died will be taken over by Junko's alter ego.
Like, if you guys don't start the shutdown, the Future Foundation will be trapped here. I can't allow the Future Foundation to sacrifice themselves for the ultimate despairs.
Jeez, you should have said so before. You guys aren't honest at all.
That's not it. What we're saying is...
We have to protect the world from despair, you say? Okay, that's getting so old. Do you really have to sacrifice yourselves just to protect the world in the first place? What if the world's hope is different from your hope? Even if the world is happy, it's meaningless if you aren't happy.
That's...
Plus, the Future Foundation wants to kill all the ultimate despairs, right? Once you go back to being ultimate despair, the Future Foundation's punishment time will activate. It would be absolutely dreadful if that were to happen.
Not just dreadful.
It's rather fucking hopeless, don't you think? And can you guys even endure that? Everything that happened here will just end up being a meaningless game.
But then we won't find out what the next twist is, Tass.
Everything you felt, awe, friendship, love, there won't even be save data left of it.
We've still got aliens and ghosts to play.
The girl you love and the guy you hate grow weaker and skinnier each day they lay immobilized. And in Hajime's case, his very existence is going to disappear. All because of the academy he loves so much. Will you be able to endure such despair? Who are you going to endure it for? For people you've never met before? For people who don't even appreciate you?
One of the good fail-safes that the three people diving in there should have set would have been put some C4 with a timer on it on the whole, the machinery running this fiasco. Even if you just have to hit a couple of buttons when it comes back out. Give yourself a reasonable amount of time. Even if you set it inside the terminal or something like that, give yourself a reasonable amount of time.
Does that sound like hope to you?
Blow the whole facility up.
You can't believe her! That's how she works!
Unless you come out and, enter the code to stop it.
That's what she does, so she can lure you all toward despair.
There is no reason to listen to her. Hurry up and start the shutdown.
Oh, hold on.
What is it? Why are we still waiting? Do you still not understand what's going to happen to the real world if Junko escapes?
No, I was just...
How many victims do you think the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history has claimed?
Right now, it's finally started to calm down. If Junko Enoshima makes it to the real world, countless victims will fill the streets.
Again.
The world will regress to an era of bloodshed, chaos, and worldwide rioting.
So that's why you're telling them to start the shutdown sequence? To prevent that? You're telling them to turn back into ultimate despair and lose all the memories they made in this world. Even among them, there are those who will simply cease to exist. And you're telling them to just deal with it?
At this point, this is the only way.
No. There is another way. As long as they choose to graduate, they can pass along their avatar's memories. And everyone here will be able to hold hands and keep on living. Well, everyone who died will be taken over by me, but don't you think that's a better fate than being a vegetable for the rest of their life?
You guys, you can't buy into this. Think carefully about which is true hope.
And which is true despair.
What shall we do?
You're asking us?
You're telling us to decide?
Damn it! Why
turn out like this?
If everyone can overcome despair, you guys should be able to grasp true hope.
If our memories up until now disappear, I will not even remember the reason everybody died.
Are you really going to let her take over your friends' bodies?
You might think I'm a fool, but
It seems like a
want
special
to see
sequence.
Peko one more time.
If we turn back into ultimate despair, the Future Foundation might kill us, right?
We won't let them do that.
This is all the Future Foundation's fault.
Meh.
They're the ones who stuck us in this messed up world!
For your protection.
If Junko escapes to the real world, there will be countless victims again.
I know, but...
Everyone's hope is in conflict. Such despair!
Graduate or shut down. World or me. Hope or despair. They're telling us to choose. Choose between that. Why? Why do we have to choose? Oh, the UI blew up. Now what are we going to do?
I can't do it.
Huh? Can't do it?
I can't choose. You guys are telling us the world's going to be destroyed unless we sacrifice ourselves. And that, I can't decide. I can't choose either one.
Hajime!
Shut up! Leave me alone! This is just too much. Why do I have to be a part of this? I mean, I'm different from the rest of you. And I don't even have a talent. But even so, I got dragged into this. And now, my existence is going to disappear? I don't understand it at all.
Both choices are hopeless.
How much of ourselves do we have to sacrifice?
This burden. Don't you dare make us shoulder it.
There's no way we can handle this on our own.
Everyone, get a hold of yourselves.
It's impossible! For someone like me, it's impossible. I can't choose the future!
Okay, we'll choose for you.
Hope, despair, do whatever you want. It's not my problem!
Okay, yep.
That's...
Maybe this is another translation issue, but he's like, you guys, you can't put it on us. We can't choose. Okay, do what we say then.
And there's no answer. So you've chosen to make no choice at all. Jeez. Once again, this went exactly as I expected. I get so hopelessly bored when everything goes according to plan. Oh well, since I have everyone's data, I kind of figured things would play out like this. That is, unless something else hopelessly unpredictable happens. Well, I can say that. But the chance of something convenient happening is hopeless. After all, this is a game. A world where everything progresses with predetermined harmony. Fine. I guess it's okay. You don't have to force yourself to make a choice. A futureless future. I think it's fine if that exists too. As long as you don't yearn for hope, you'll never fall victim to despair. That goes for me too. As long as I don't yearn for despair, I'll never need to hope for it. So, let's all free ourselves from this curse and stay here as the best of friends. Let's immerse ourselves in this tropical island life forever and ever. Forever and ever, and ever 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 and ever.
She has released her photo negative beam.
All right! a game reset.
And with this, the world will continue to loop.
An eternal game utopia sounds like fun.
All right, a game reset.
And with this, the world will...
An eternal game.
I guess it's fine to stay like...
Young master, that is a wise call.
Yay! You didn't have to forget us.
Yes, there's no way I...
And with this, Juko's gone.
All right, let's party! I'm gonna showcase my full cooking ability.
Just leave the BGM to Ibuki! Hey, can I take a picture to commemorate this?
Want to be awed by the sight of my prowess? I've prepared you a training regiment.
Ooh, if you get hurt, let me know.
Should I begin with a brief introduction of myself?
After all this time?
What was this again? There's no need to think about it. I wanted this ending.
All right, a game reset.
And with this, the world will continue...
An eternal game utopia sounds like fun.
I guess it's fine to stay like this for a...
Young master, that is a wise...
Yay! You didn't have to...
Yes, there's no way I would...
And with this, Juko's gone.
All right, I'm gonna showcase my full...
Just leave the BGM.
Hey, can I take a pic...
Want to
Have a
be awed by
thought.
the sight of my... I've prepared you a...
Ooh, if you get...
Should I begin with a brief introduction of...
After all this time?
That's not it.
Nope.
You guys aren't part of the game, right?
All right.
Nope.
And with this, the world...
An eternal game utopia sounds like...
I guess it's fine to stay like this for a while.
Young master.
Yay!
Yes, there's...
And with this, Juko...
All right.
I'm gonna showcase my...
Just leave the BGM.
Hey, can I take a...
Want to be awed by the...
I've prepared you a...
Ooh,
Should I begin with a...
That's not it. You guys aren't part of the game, right?
all right, a game reset.
And with this, the world will continue to loop.
An eternal game utopia sounds like fun.
All right, a game reset.
And with this, the world...
An eternal game
I guess it's fine to stay...
Young master,
Somewhere we're
that
gonna
is a
have to
wise
poke
call.
here.
Yay!
Yes, there's...
And with this, Juko...
All right, let's party! I'm gonna showcase my full cooking ability.
Just leave the BG.
Hey, can I take...
Want to be awed by the...
I've prepared you a...
Ooh,
Should I begin with a brief introduction of myself?
After all this time?
That's not it. You guys aren't part of the game, right?
Oh, no, it's just...
all right, a game reset.
And
Alright,
with this,
let's-
the world...
An eternal game...
I guess it's fine to stay...
Young master.
Yay!
Yes, there's...
And with this, Juko...
All right, I'm gonna showcase my...
Just leave the BG.
Hey, can I take...
Want to be awed by the...
I've prepared you a...
Ooh,
Should I begin with a...
That's not it. You guys aren't part of the game, right?
all right, a game.
And with this, the world...
An eternal game utopia sounds like fun.
I guess it's fine to stay like this for a while.
Young master, that is a...
Yay!
Yes, there's...
And with this, Juko...
All right,
I'm gonna showcase my full...
just leave the BG.
Hey, can I take...
Want to be awed by the sight of my...
I've prepared you a trick.
Ooh, if you get hurt.
Should I begin with a brief...
That's not it. You guys aren't part of the game, right?
All right, a game reset.
And with this, the world will continue...
An eternal game utopia sounds like fun.
All right.
Alright,
And
the
with
only
this, the
thing
world-
that seems to
eternal
react
game- I
so
guess it's
far
fine to
has
stay-
Young
been
master.
looping it.
Yes, there's...
And with this, Juko's gone.
All right,
I'm gonna showcase my...
just leave the BG.
Hey, can I take a picture to...
Want to be awed by the...
I've prepared you a...
Ooh,
Should I begin with a...
That's not it. You guys aren't part of the game, right?
all right, A game reset.
And with this, the world will continue to loop.
An eternal game utopia sounds like fun.
I guess it's fine to stay like this for a while.
Young master, that is a wise call.
Yay! You didn't have to forget us!
Yes, there's no way I would forget.
And with this, Juko's gone.
Alright!
I'm gonna showcase my...
Just leave the BG...
Hey, can I take
Want to be awed by the sight of... I've prepared you a
If you get hurt, let me know.
Should I begin with a brief introduction of myself?
After all this time?
That's not it. You guys aren't part of the game, right?
Mental pollution, contamination.
Alright! A game reset.
Okay, there are particular times when slowing down is creating that effect.
Game utopia sounds like fun.
I guess it's fine to stay like this for a while.
Young master, that is a wise call.
Yay! You didn't have to forget us!
Yes, there's no way I would forget.
And with this, Juko's gone.
All right, let's party! I'm gonna showcase my full cooking ability.
There's like... There are moments at the beginning of each one of their phrases that does this.
Want to be awed by the sight of my prowess? I've prepared you a training regiment.
If you get hurt, let me know.
Should I begin with a brief introduction of myself?
After all this time?
That's not it. You guys aren't part of the game, right?
Alright! A game reset.
And with this, the world will continue to loop.
An eternal game utopia sounds like fun.
I guess it's fine to stay like this for a while.
Young master, that is a wise call.
Yay! You didn't have to forget us!
Okay. The right click that is normally for,
And with this, Juko's gone.
All right, let's party! I'm gonna showcase my full cooking ability.
Just leave the BGM to Ibuki!
Hey, can I take a picture to commemorate this?
Want to be awed by the sight of my prowess? I've prepared you a training regiment.
If you get hurt, let me know.
Should I begin with a brief introduction of myself?
After all this time?
That's not it. You guys aren't part of the game, right?
Alright! A game reset.
And with this, the world will continue to loop.
An eternal game utopia sounds like fun.
I guess it's fine to stay like this for a while.
Young master, that is a wise call.
Ah, okay. Okay, I forgot. You can capture text.
Yes, there's no way I would forget.
And with this, Juko...
Alright!
I'm gonna showcase my...
Just leave the BG...
Hey,
Yeah.
can I take...
Want to be awed by the sight of my... I've prepared
Inconsistently used mechanics, but there is one that I was forgetting about.
That's not it. You guys aren't part of the game, right?
Alright!
And with this, the world...
An eternal game utopia sounds...
This world. Who are you?
Took longer than it should have.
I'm just a part of the game. But you guys aren't, right?
Chiaki? Is that you?
I don't know.
Does this mean you're my memory of Chiaki? Because you should have already disappeared. Oh well. It doesn't matter. Anyway, don't you think they're messed up? Telling us the world's going to be destroyed? And to sacrifice ourselves? There's no way I can choose. For someone like me, I'm just not able to choose. Seriously, I've had enough. I'm tired of being mixed up in all this stuff I don't understand. Not only was I told that I have no talent at all, but if I get out, I'll go back to being ultimate despair. And on top of that, I was told I'm going to disappear too. Isn't that messed up?
Told I was going to disappear. AI that was probably that was being threatened with being totally expunged from existence by just a little bit ago.
Hey, you don't want that either, right? I mean, if we lose our memories, there won't be a single trace of your existence left. You're going to completely disappear, and none of us will ever remember you.
No, I won't.
Huh?
Even if I cease to exist, even if you guys never remember me again, that doesn't mean I will completely disappear. As long as everyone continues to move forward toward the future we created together, I will never disappear. What I lived for, fought for, and risked my life for will still exist.
You're right, but...
You're probably just scared, right? Not just of disappearing. You're scared of moving toward the future with such a heavy burden, right?
Yeah. I'm scared. I'm obviously terrified of that.
How much longer are you going to be this indecisive?
Huh?
Didn't you want to become someone with confidence? Isn't that why you admired Hope's Peak Academy?
But even Hope's Peak Academy tricked me.
Hajime, you've had it wrong this whole time.
Wrong?
Having talent isn't the goal. There's something much more important than whether or not you have talent, right? What's important is that you believe in yourself. If you can't do that, no matter how much talent you possess, you will never be confident in yourself.
Voice chat can do that to you sometimes.
Just like how you were in the past.
Hey, who are you? I mean, you should have already disappeared, right?
But past Hajime is in the past. He's not the same Hajime who spent time with me and the others in this world. So it's going to be alright. I think it's time you finally had confidence in yourself.
Chiaki, can you tell me something? Which choice should I make? My hope? The world's hope? Which one should I choose?
You guys are the only ones who have the right to decide your future. And the responsibility, too.
So you're saying I should choose for myself?
But if you can't choose either future, why don't you just create one?
Create?
Even if this world is just a game, you guys aren't part of the game. You guys don't have to just choose a future. You should be able to create one as well.
Do you think someone like me can do that?
Since you're not part of the game, you don't have to worry about talent, skill, or level.
Okay, where are we going with this?
A tremendous ultimate move that can overcome anything. I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you just do it, things will turn out okay.
Phrasing.
If I do it, things will turn out okay.
Of course, games aren't very fun when they're easy to clear.
This isn't a game, right?
Hey, Hajime. This isn't for the sake of anyone else. You... Now then, it's about time you show me your cool side, Hajime. Come on, I'll help out too.
Help? I have no talent at all. I was even betrayed by the academy I admired so much. I don't want to disappear.
Nope.
I have no talent at all. I was even betrayed by the academy I admired so much. I don't want to disappear. I'm not Izuru Kamakura. Who cares what will happen to the world? I don't want to sacrifice myself. It's not like I'll be appreciated anyway. There's no way we can beat Junko. It's the Future Foundation's fault. Not mine. I can't choose the future.
See, if you just do it, things will turn out okay. You should even be able to create the future.
I have no talent at all. I was even betrayed by the academy I admired so much. I don't want to disappear. I'm not Izuru Kamakura.
Maybe that create the future and I don't want to disappear.
It's not like I'll be. There's no way we can. It's the future found. Not mine. I can't choose the future.
See, if you just do it, things will turn out okay. You should even be able to create the future.
So maybe...
I have no talent.
I can't choose.
I'm not Izuru. Who cares? Well, I don't want to sacrifice myself. It's not like I'll be appreciated anyway. There's no way we can beat Junko. It's the Future Foundation's fault, not mine. I can't choose the future.
See, if you just do it, things will turn out okay. You should even be able to create the future.
Did it not hit the right spot?
I have no talent at all. I was even betrayed by. I don't want to disappear. I'm not Izuru. Who cares? Well, I don't want to sacrifice. It's not like I'll be. There's no way we can beat you. It's the Future Foundation's, not mine.
See, if you just do it,
Okay,
things will turn
you
out
destroy
okay.
each phrase.
You should even be able to create the future.
Wonder.
I have no talent at all. I was even betrayed by the academy.
Yeah.
I don't want to disappear. I'm not Izuru Kamakura.
We're being artsy.
Who cares what will happen to the world? I don't want to sacrifice myself. It's not like I'll be appreciated in. There's no way we can beat Junko. Even so, it's the Future Foundation's fault. Even so, not mine. Even so,
No matter what kind of future it is, as long as you guys move toward it, I will never disappear. Everything that happened here, it won't be meaningless. If you guys carried the burden of both hope and despair, you should even be able to create the future. Even if it's a convenient miracle. If you just do it, things will turn out okay. That's why you can't hesitate now. Resolve to throw everything away and give it everything you got. I'll be cheering for you too.
That reminds me. I forgot to say it again.
I will not even remember.
Clicky, clicky, clicky.
If we don't rid the world of despair, the tragedy will start once again.
I want to see Becca one more time.
If we turn back into ultimate despair, We might be killed by the Future Foundation, right?
This is your responsibility, since you're the ones who fell to despair.
It's not my responsibility. It's the Future Foundation's.
They're both hope and they're both despair. A conclusion will never be fucking reached.
You can't lose hope!
If the memories we made here disappear, I will not even remember. Why everyone
Boy, I really like mechanics that require me to wail on my mouse like this.
The tragedy will start once again.
I want to see Becca one more time.
If we turn back into ultimate despair, we might be killed by the Future Foundation, right?
This is your responsibility, since you're the ones who fell to despair.
It's not my responsibility. It's the Future Foundation's.
They're both hope and they're both despair. A conclusion will never be fucking reached.
You can't lose hope!
If the memories we made here disappear,
Oh, you're right. You just hold it.
I will not even remember.
Because that was clear.
Why everyone died.
You can't lose hope!
If the memories we made here I will not even remember why everyone died.
If we don't rid the world of the tragedy will start.
I want to see Becca one more.
If we turn back into, we might be killed by the
This is your responsibility.
It's not my responsibility. It's the Future Foundation.
They're both hope and they're both. A conclusion will never be.
No, that's wrong!
Oh, Hajime's got laser eyes now.
There won't just be hope. There will probably be a lot of despair, too. I don't know what kind of future awaits us.
He's gone all Super Saiyan.
But our futures are ours. I won't let anyone take them.
Huh? Who the hell are you?
I've decided. I'm done running away. I will fight for my future. I will fight alongside the future that everyone created for me. It's not for anyone else's sake but my own.
His melodrama level has gone over 9,000.
Don't tell me. Izuru? Hey, what the heck is going on? Is this a serious bug or something?
I am not Izuru Kamakura.
Of course not. Your hair is not nearly so luxurious and long.
I am Hajime Hinata!
You despair because you yearn for hope because you despair. Let's finish this. There's no need for you to choose. Close your eyes and cover your ears. Just shut the hell up! You do that this game. If you don't want that, just turn off
Wild
the game.
flailing.
Even so,
You don't have to look at the hopeless future.
I'll never let anyone choose again!
Okay, we're just going back-to-back mechanics here.
You have no argument. There's no hope. Just give up already. A miracle won't happen. What is this crappy feeling? I don't want anything. Izuru!
As long as we don't have, like, ultimate snowboarding later.
The future will make you suffer. Just give up already. You're not hope. I don't want to lose anything. Any choice is despair. You're not hope. You have no argument. I don't want anything. You won't be able to do it. You won't be able to do anything.
No, that's wrong.
What the heck is wrong with you? Why is there a bug like this all of a sudden?
Everyone, let's shut this game down!
Huh? But...
Don't you get it? If we start the shutdown sequence, we'll...
There's never only one choice to make. There's no way I'll allow things to end this way. The future everyone has created for us should have more possibilities than that. Let's leave this place with confidence, and from there we can just create it on our own. The future that we want.
What are you saying? There's no way something that convenient is going to happen.
The Danganronpa theme is starting slowly in the background.
It wouldn't be strange if a miracle happened. This isn't a game. We can change the future as much as we want.
Even if you talk big, if you leave here, you're just gonna forget everything. That goes for everyone else!
We just have to press these two buttons at the same time, correct? I wonder. I do not really understand it myself, but... I just saw it. When my body felt so heavy that I could not move, when I felt as though I was sinking into a deep black sea, it was at that moment I somehow heard Hajime's voice. And though it was just a flash, I saw it. Like a lighthouse beacon shining across an ocean of darkness. A warm, yet resolute light. The one who shined that light, it was probably...
The monologues, wow!
You saw it too, right, Hajime? The future we are going to create from this moment on. It is also the future that everyone has created, right? Then, there is no way we can stop now.
Seriously, that's a suicidal decision!
I'm well aware it might be an act of suicide, but... I heard her voice.
Well, and we've seen in the prior plot line that he is not above that kind of gesture.
In fact, I think it was the first time she ever yelled at me. I can't stand on my own 2 feet if she keeps treating me like a damn kid.
I don't like thinking about complicated stuff. If there's someone strong worth fighting, I'll fight. It's just who I am, you know? That's what it means to be confident, right? Then, I'm gonna choose this!
Man, this sure is getting annoying again. But if you're saying you're gonna do it, there's no way I can back out now. If I don't have any place to go back to, I should at least protect this place no matter what.
You all... Why? Why? How can you guys throw yourselves back into the depths of despair?
Isn't that the kind of thing you want?
Because we believe.
Huh?
We believe in our future. That's what makes us different from you. We believe that if we try new things, even difficult things, that everything will turn out okay. We believe we can even create our own futures.
That's impossible! That can't be hope! It's not even despair! What is this?!
Hajime, everyone.
Junko speaking for the audience a bit there, huh?
Thank you.
I'm not the one you should be thanking.
Huh?
Well, let's get started.
I didn't think it would end this easily.
Huh? It's not the end, right?
This is just the beginning, right?
First, we need to let this game world end.
And from that point on, we're the ones who are going to create.
They just had to throw in the last jiggle physics, you know?
Man, this is absolute despair. I feel despair upon despair and despair toward despair yet again. How fun. Once you've experienced the despair I've suffered, there's no turning back. Living in the shadows of past memories. That's too sad, you know? But I guess I no longer have to hope for despair.
That is just so hopeless.
What was that just now? Why did Usami appear? She should have already disappeared.
I guess it's just as Hajime said.
At least, this wasn't the ending prepared for them. This was the ending they created.
Are you saying they're moving towards such an uncertain future on purpose?
Even so, the only thing we can do now is leave it to them. This game world is going to end soon. There is nothing more we can do.
Regardless, there's no need for us to do anything.
Except get back out of there and, prepare to deal with the Team Evil once again.
Man, it's collapsing.
You're right.
I am sorry to trouble everyone, but even if we awaken in the real world and forget about what transpired here, it will still have meaning, right?
Of course, Miss Sonia. I don't know the proper way to say this, but I kind of feel the same way too.
You're so bad at explaining things. Now that it's the end, you should at least try a little harder.
People can't change that easily, you know.
Well, whether it has meaning or not, it all depends on us now.
This world is ending and there are no consequences, so let's all come together and think of the best thing that we could be doing at this last moment, and what I would suggest is that we all just wail on Soda.
Time's almost up.
Just mercilessly pummel him.
I'm pretty scared.
I am scared too.
But it's okay, right? It makes sense to feel scared, right?
That's the future.
Hey, I'll never forget you guys. Or the others. You guys better remember me too. My name is Kazuichi Soda.
With your colorful personalities, there's no way I'd forget you guys that easily.
Even if I forget, I will use all my might and remember.
If you start talking weird later, Hajime, I'll beat you up till you turn back to normal.
That's a relief. But make sure you hold back as much as you can.
You look at the character art for him, in addition to still glowing, Hajime's eyes still have that, lens flare to them. And as with many things, nobody is pointing it out. So this is the end. But it's just the beginning. Isn't that right? It doesn't change how scared I am. I can't help feeling scared. So scared, but...
Thank you. Thank you, Chiaki.
She wasn't a bad character, but boy, she's getting a lot more credit to the plot than I think is merited.
Phew. I finally said it.
Me too. Thank you. I'll never forget about you guys. I'll never, ever forget. I'll be cheering for you guys from now on. From somewhere. 'Cause we're all friends after all.
giant cell phone. And so the incident is coming to an end. You say that, casemate, and then it keeps going. The incident riddled with absurdity, with nonsense, with sheer irrationality. Okay, see, they're speaking truth now. Is about to lower its curtain. An incident smaller than Hope's Peak Academy's biggest, most tragic event. Smaller than the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. An incident so small it doesn't even have a name. The world will never know what happened here. Not now, not in the distant future, as long as they remain here.
Apparently they've finished the preparations. We can leave any time.
Then, I guess we should get going.
Hey, Makoto. Is this really okay? You're the one who said, leave the questions to me. So I let you take the lead. Are they really going to be okay? Didn't they just turn back into ultimate despair?
I don't think that's the case. I mean, if they did turn back, they wouldn't have said that they'd stay on this island.
Perhaps they're thinking about helping their sleeping friends?
I can't really say for sure, but that's what I believe.
Whether they know it or not, the fact that they're already clinging to that feeling shows they're no longer who they were in the past.
It seems that there are too many soft-hearted people here.
Byakuya turning to the other two. That's stupid. You're stupid.
But in reality, the possibility of those who are asleep waking up is close to zero.
No, the possibility isn't a problem. Even if there's the smallest possibility, they're still trying to create that future for themselves. In their eyes, that is the future.
The smallest possibility. You might as well call it a miracle.
It's strangely enough, I have a feeling that they'll be able to reach it.
You know, of the character art that they have there, Kyoko is the one that looks like she has actually aged.
They've accepted their hopes and their despair, and they're trying to create their own future.
If anything, Byakuya has de-aged a little in this character art.
Maybe, for people like that, miracles are inevitable. Don't you think?
As cheesy as ever. Seriously, you haven't grown up at all.
Haven't grown up?
That's the main reason we decided to come with you.
Well, who cares? I guess I'll respect your decision. This time. However, what comes next is going to be difficult for us.
Leaving them on this island. If the higher-ups at HQ find out about this, it will definitely cause a scene.
We need to work on concealing it.
That's not a problem.
And what do you intend to explain to HQ?
About that. I was gonna think about it while I was on the ship.
Good luck. I'm not going to help you that much.
Huh? Why?
I mean, what is going to be the excuse here? Oh, well, we know that you took the captives somewhere, and it's very important that we confirm that they are in custody or dead. Where are they? I don't know.
You should at least be glad that we decided to respect your decision.
Fine.
Then let's go back as well. We're not even close to finished yet. Besides the Future Foundation, the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history is not finished. We must end this once and for all, for the sake of the future.
It seems I must fight alongside you all for a little while longer.
Plus, there's someone waiting for you to return.
Don't make me remember something so horrifying.
Well, Toko confirmed.
Then let's go. We must create our own futures too.
And so, the ordeal has ended. And from here, our daily lives have started. Lives that are much more absurd, nonsensical, and irrational than before. Things are probably going to be a lot more difficult now. There's no such thing as an answered mystery. It's doubtful whether or not things will even end well. The future isn't a path. It's like an endless sea. You can try to go anywhere, but it doesn't mean you'll get there. Even so, I will keep on living. I will keep on living as Hajime Hinata.
So I guess one of the first things he did when he woke up
My
was
future
like
lies here.
take a lawnmower to his hair. Maybe. Okay, closing credits, and I have turned off the sound intentionally because last time this was this was content this stuff was content ID'd. So yeah. I have mixed feelings. Oh, there are aspects of the ride with Danganronpa games so far that are fun, and there are periods in it where it just is not. If there's an after credit sequence, um, too bad. Okay, so let's see here. Yes, it's from just a story perspective. Um, you'd want to stitch it a little better, but I think from just a pure visual novel perspective, like I mean, alternately. No, I think that's apt. It is there is some interesting story. There are moments when it's fun, but there are also plenty of times when it's tedious, where you're kind of going through the motions. I think personally one of the issues I have is that the game it doesn't commit well to its mechanics. There are a lot of like little mini games and little aspects that they bolt on. So like the relationship system is super lightweight. The argument system verges on painful, dealing with exactly which thing you're supposed to use when. Um, Sometimes feeling like they're trying to pad time, and other times feeling like they're being needlessly picky. Yep, it's I would like to be able to grab a couple of standout characters in moments from 2 and pull them into 1 if I had the opportunity. If you had to pick between, I think, the entire cast, there are fewer terrible people in 1. And I think there are also fewer, like, non-entities in 1, setting aside the characters that get wiped out right away. I think one of the things, Tass, that makes the story feel looser, and we have touched on this, is 2 suffers from being an unconstrained environment. 1 suffered from that a little bit. But the fact that they spent so much time like, hey, here's a whole new island, here's a whole new set of places, it didn't really add anything, and they didn't take much time in saying, like, here's what's happening with everybody together. You had the same, hey, let's meet and let's have breakfast, essentially, and then we'll scatter around. But at least with a confined space, you have much more opportunity for the interpersonal drama. I don't think that even the first one made good use of that. They made better use of it. But it's definitely a weakness, is they really need to, if they were to redo Danganronpa, what I would prefer is that they lean into more interpersonal narratives. And I don't mean that it should be like a full relationship sim. I mean, remove the free time segments and instead have it be that you have a lot more vignettes between characters. Like during this sequence, I can hit them in different orders, but instead of it being, hey, let's split up and search the rooms, and you go to each room and you poke a couple of things, it's, there are people there, you're talking with them, that kind of thing. That way we don't end up, yeah, it's, you had more you had some more standout, like, pairs. Taka and Mondo, I think, are like some of the core ones. Or is a core example, is they burn it up very quickly, but it was tangible. And you could have more and more of that. Said 1 had more instances of them, but I'd still like to see way more than 1 had. Because Danganronpa was going for, like, the first one. The first one was going for the idea that they are creating circumstances to tempt people into doing something terrible. It's, I've put you in a circumstance that throws off your normal social mores. Like, this is a high pressure circumstance, or at least a disruptive circumstance. Brain. And then they gave them, like, good temptations. The the hey, you'll get money, hey, oh, we'll keep your secrets, those kind of things were good motivations to see, can I get, can we convince you to kill someone? And it became that, like, who might do that, who might interfere. And I'm concerned. So off center from that, if you look in the left side of the screen, there's a little green topped box. That is a box of cat treats. I didn't put that there. That's normally up on a shelf. How did that box get down there? Like, the motivations in this one were either not really present or they were just bad. So the despair virus was terrible. That was just, it was supernatural silly. And yes, it was a computer simulation, made it so that that is potentially viable, but still, it was silly. It might as well have been, hey, magic, I'm going to mess with you guys. But even worse was the starvation scenario. Now, it led to one of the best character motivations in the series so far. But it also was so counter to the whole gimmick of the setup that it was kind of spoiling it. I think that was another problem that I had with Danganronpa 2, was that they removed several key elements. So you had a wide open space, so you had less forced interpersonal interactions. The motivations weren't strong. And one of the core conceits was removed, and that's that the opponent follows the rules. 2 had several instances of effectively breaking the rules, as well as instances of overtly breaking the rules. So the despair virus and starvation were breaking the rules. That is, Monokuma was going to kill them. It's the despair virus was going to make them behave in ways that were either life-threatening or would have caused a death. That would not have been them doing a killing. Starving them to death would have been killing them. And both of those scenarios should have triggered the against the rules. The mastermind scenario. So the using another person as a weapon clause that they came up with for Fuyohiko and Peko Peko. If another person was acting entirely on the bidding of somebody else, then the person they were acting on the behalf of is the actual killer. Why didn't that clause trigger in Nagito's suicide? That felt a lot like the scenario where the scenario in 1 where Monokuma cheats in order to try to take out Kyoko. And that's also a strike in 1, is that you have a moment where Monokuma cheats. And it's that's critical in this sort of scenario, is that the one orchestrating the murder game can't cheat. Because if they can, then why don't they just kill them? If the goal is for them to die, then just kill them. You know, you can be all creative violent about it. It's the difference between Saw 1 and every other Saw movie after it. But it's also the difference between things like Danganronpa and Your Turn to Die, which we will also get back to at some point, is Your Turn to Die is an actual death game. It's play this game, and if you screw it up, you will die. And at each stage, somebody will die. The point is putting people through a scenario where people are going to die, as opposed to Danganronpa, which, at least in the first one, and nominally in the second one, the point is not killing each other is an option. Like, you could just not kill each other. That's an option. And also differentiates itself from the genre that is battle royale, which is the whole point is how people are going to kill each other, where and how and where. So it's not the organizers directly inflicting death like you have in an actual death game, but it's who kills who and how in a battle royale. It's like, what kind of spectacle are we going to see, and from whom? You know, who tries to avoid it, who tries to do that kind of thing is much more overt. Tends to be, battle royales tend more towards spectacle killing. But yeah. Next game we're probably going to play is we're going to resume our playthrough of The Great Ace Attorney and try to move through that. Don't know how long that one's going to take. Like I said, we still have Your Turn to Die to continue our playthrough of. That is an early access game that is getting some updates now and again. So I don't know how much content we're going to get out of, or like how frequently we're going to be playing Your Turn to Die. We will also be getting to Danganronpa 3. You know, fingers crossed, maybe better than 2. We'll have to see. I mean, if it's worse than 2, we won't complete it. But that's a low bar. Or would that be a high? It would be a high bar to beat the to exceed the low quality of 2. But yeah. Barring any sort of disaster, we'll be back tomorrow at 4 Central. I'm hoping that I can get back on a regular schedule. In any event, though, thanks for watching, everybody, and I hope to see you tomorrow.